everyone, hello, and welcome in stream. Hold on, timer is timering. Lovely. Hello, better late than never. Welcome into stream. Welcome back on. So nice to see you 2 days in a row. I hope your day or your insert time zone here has been wonderful so far. I can certainly say my days recently have been a doozy, but they've been very enjoyable. Funny enough, I was looking into purchasing as my sleep schedule is a little bit all over the place. But the thing is, I've been waking, I think, falling asleep at 2 a.m., waking up at like, I think, 9 a.m. So falling asleep at 2 a.m. Waking up at like 9 or 10 a.m. in that range, so it's still about 8 hours of sleep. But the thing was, whenever I woke up, I was always super duper tired, so I ended up going back to sleep or something of the sorts. So I was looking into getting one of these things. It's like a little gadget where you can set it to turn like press a button at a certain time of the day. So I was thinking to myself, maybe enough sleep is for the week anyway. That's what they all say until they like sleep in a big mood of a sleep schedule. I am never effective during the morning. I'm okay effectively like midday, then PM hits, so like between 5 and 7, I usually get super duper tired and sleepy, and I start to wondering maybe I should try having like super duper teeny tiny mini naps and hi PD, welcome into stream, and thank you for the resubscription of 16 months in total. Yeah, 16 months. It feels like I met you yesterday. Well, welcome in, and thank you all over again for the resubscription. My goodness, 16 months is really a lot. And that's over a year. But crazily enough, August will make 2 years. 2 years of worth of doing all of the streaming stuff. I've been doing YouTube, I think, for about 2-ish, no, not 2, 4. Maybe 4 to 3 years. So all content creation stuff. I haven't been doing, I'd say, for too long, but the streaming stuff, it's coming up on the anniversary, which I'll be super duper excited for. Let's see. Sleep. Yes. Okay. So I was saying how I had been looking into getting this device that you can set to have like an internal timer. And hi, Cats on keyboard. Welcome to stream. Welcome back. And hi. I hope everyone's having a great day. And if you're not, try turning it on and off again. How coincidental. Hold on. Let me get that water here, if I can. Tasty, lovely, and hello. Oh, is it Kate or was it Kat? Possibly. Welcome back into stream. Welcome back in. I hope your insert time zone has been wonderful so far. Alright, on and off again. So I was looking into getting a device that would turn or could press a button at a certain time of day. So I was thinking to myself, lights, activity and lights and all of those things. When you open them, your mind's more likely to wake up. So I was going to get a device and hook it up to my wall so that at 10 a.m. it forced the lights to turn on. That was an idea. And hi, Moonstar. Welcome into stream. Welcome in. That was the idea. But then I ended up finding the kitten. So now, technically speaking, my sleep schedule has both improved and not improved. Because now I really do get up anytime the alarm goes off. But it's not because I've gotten real rested sleep. Because, I really gotta get up. And I tried turning the sun off, but scientists keep telling me it's impractical and dangerous. How dare they? And welcome into stream as well, the member. I don't know if I said welcome. I know I did see your name. And that just sounds like a nap, and it seems like a great idea. Naps are great, in moderation, and as long as they're not too long. I've heard, I think, 40 minutes about nap time should be good, not 4-hour naps, which I was doing. Oh my, let me go ahead and slide this guy, I think, right over here. Let me go ahead and double check on YouTube side of things. We should be A-okay and good to go. So let's go ahead and go to the playing screen here. Today should be much of what we did yesterday, only we were having an issue with we ran into a bug yesterday, so I wanted to see, I have some ideas. I want to try solving the bug before we get back into the UI of the tutorial. So we'll see first if we can fix the bug. If not, we'll skip it, but I'll get to the bug, or when we get to the bug, I'll explain it as it's a small bug, but it's like an overarching bug in the sense of it's old code, old things that I did, and now that old stuff is coming to bite me in the butt, so to speak. And hi, Timmy, welcome back in the stream, welcome back in, and congratulations on 75 days. My goodness, Cats on keyboard, congratulations. And 12-hour naps are the best naps. Those are the best. I can agree. Usually whenever I get sleepy, or whenever I get sick, whenever I get sick, I just sleep, and eventually I feel better. So long naps indeedy. Let me slide this guy back over here. So we'll do the pitch and the recap. We'll figure out if we can really solve that bug quickly, and then we'll see about continuing with the UI of the tutorial. That should be a lot of fun. With that said, though, didn't they ever warn you don't let the code bugs bite? Shaking my head, Eris. No, they don't ever warn you. They don't warn you how dangerous bug bites can be. Sometimes you know, they're destined to kill games. It's an awful, awful thing. Truly, hold on. Let me click on this guy here. Let me make sure this text is properly set. So let me do this guy here. Without further ado, though, why don't we go ahead and get into things? You all get nice and comfy. You know, you're clearly 100% safe. And hi, Slime. Welcome to the stream. Welcome in. Hello. I am not even home. Just dropping by to say hi and wish you an amazing death time. Well, thank you. And I hope your adventures out home are enjoyable and relaxing, or effective at the very least if it's like a work run. With that said, you all sit down nice and comfy. You know, you're fine. You're okay. You'll be completely fine. Scratching the walls. No, not here. Oh boy. Remember, you're fine. You're completely fine. As you can see, you're in a business building of some sort, and you've already pressed the button, and it's set to arrive in about, I'd say, a minute or so, and you can't leave until then. But it's all right. It's okay. Yeah, it's not like you're in any danger. It's not like you're in any trouble. No, business. Stock, spawn, golden parachutes. There's no doors, there's no windows, there's no stairs, there's not really a way to leave aside from the elevator. And it is unfortunate, but the good news is that you are, as I said before, entirely safe. While you're here, nothing can hurt you. Nothing at all. You know what? Since you're here, and since I've also been dragged here, I don't come here as like a vacation or anything, but you know, since you're here, you had a second attack about something. Alright. Let me slide this guy back over here, and nothing except the evil guy. That implies that there's an evil guy. There's no evil here. Can't you clearly see how good and kind-hearted and kind-souled everything is? You know, since you have some time on your hand, then the Bobby poster will say he's always watching, and that will have real reasons to be afraid. Big Bobby's always watching. I didn't even think of that. Since you're here, though, why don't I go ahead and talk about my up-and-coming game? That game is, of course, BAM! BAM! Necrotype Cafe, another typing cafe game I've been working on for almost 2 years now, and watching you every month. Oh my. I said it was a rhythm typing cafe game. It's the second game I've ever made, and I hope it to be the first ever game I release on Steam. We've been working bit by bit very recently to figure out the tutorial, but for now, we'll see how far we get. With that said, welcome into the elevator pitch, a section I like to do at the beginning of stream. The idea here is that it gives me a chance to get better at explaining my game to you in a concise and short amount of way, as well as if you haven't been here before, gives you a chance to get caught up to date, as well if maybe you haven't been here in a second, so it gets everyone up to speed on the idea of the project, the feel of it, so to speak. And with that said, if I click on this guy right here, once it reaches 45 seconds, we'll see how I can do it. If I can attempt to pitch my game to you. And let me make sure I didn't miss anything. I don't believe so. Let me make sure my throat is clear. We're all good to go. I believe. Alright. Okay, I'm ready. This time for sure. The ending will stick. Welcome to Necrotype Cafe, a rhythm type of cafe game where you play as Gabriella, a necromancer sent by her necromancy family to a prestigious wizard magic academy. But she doesn't want to become a necromancer. Oh no. She wants to become a baker, a chef, so she decides to open up a hidden cafe in the part of school where she serves her fellow wizard customer students. The idea is that not only is the cafe sim, it is a rhythm typing game, and this comes from the fact that in this world, magic is done via poetry. So in order to serve food, you have to summon it by typing out poems to the beat. Different wizards offer different things, different flavors, different organizations. You'll have to mix and match different attributes of different songs. For example, you'll have to make songs that are speedier, slower, easier, harder, mintier, spicier, bitter, sweeter. And as you go along, you'll unlock more and more unlockables. And the hope is that by the end of the semester, you'll be able to show everyone that you don't have to be Necromancer to be successful. You can be you. You can follow your dreams, and it's not a phase. Not my best. Not my worst. I give it like a solid 8. If I'm being generous, I feel as though I've had better ones, but definitely better than a 7. So I'd say like an 8. 8. I gotta give that an 8. Let me go ahead and slide this guy over here, and if it were a 9 out of 10, I'll take it. And will there be a good and bad ending? I love endings. One of my favorite games of all times, and one of the biggest inspirations that got me into wanting to do game development is Undertale. So if I I can't add one, I'd like to. The thing is, to make sure that this game gets made and the game is released, we're doing the MVP, so the minimum viable product, in the sense of we need to make sure the game can have a rhythm, it can have typing, and that it is a cafe game. Once we make the bare minimum of the game and it gets released, then I'd love to go back and add all the extra stuff, but right now we're worried about scope creep. So for the moment, we're making sure that things are small and contained. As for example, I want to add a shop and upgrades and things of that nature, but for now it's small, but I would love to have like multiple endings, and I read it a necro at a time. Love to see it. Let me go ahead and get this guy here. Let me go ahead and get off my business attires. No longer are we business. We are now programmers. So let me go ahead and get Bobby here. Let me click on this guy then. And the bad ending is Gabby's parents dragging her off to the family business ghost busting. The thing is, in this world, in this magical world, wizards have different, well, necromancers aren't bad, or they're not evil. They're your doctors and your lawyers in this world. Since they're good detectives, crime solvers, so they're very prestigious, they're very fancy. So if anything, it's like, I don't want to become a doctor. I want to become a baker and business naked. Oh no, how scandalous. Let me go ahead and bring you into Obsidian here. Oh boy, and that's too dark. It'd be a scary, sad thing to see happen. Let me go ahead then, and if I click on a run game here, you should be able to hear the music if I make sure desktop audio is also enabled. There we go, lovely, lovely. Now, if for whatever reason that 10 out of 10, well actually 8 out of 10 elevator pitch did not sell you, that's okay, that's alright, Godot. Some people really need a little bit more a boost to understand things and to be encouraged into doing the right thing. And right now, currently, the game is up on itch, the prototype of it. There are a few bugs here and there. The final game is not ready yet, and everything you see is placeholders. However, if you'd like to give the idea of a game, the idea of the game a try, for example, the typing part as well as the cafe part, feel free to try out the itch. And if you do so happen to find bugs, do let me know as well. Let's hope this is that minimum viable product. So if I do exclamation NECROTYPE, you should be able to try the game out. And with that said, let's go ahead and give the current version of the web a try. If I go ahead and click on this guy here, make it super duper big, we then hide this guy, show this guy, you should be able to see it, you should be able to hear it. So let's go ahead and start on the calibration, shall we? If I click on calibration here, what you'll see is that skulls will appear at the white circle, or they'll slide over. So let's see how close I can get. If we click on start here, let's see, hold on. Waiting, hitting, waiting, hitting, waiting, hitting, waiting, hitting, waiting, hitting, waiting, hitting. Oh, I told you, bugs go over sometimes. Hold on. Usually when this happens, you have to restart it or refresh it. So I've noticed sometimes, and this is because I don't know anything about making rhythm games, and it has to do with like input latency and things of that nature. So it's still not ironed out, and the hope is that this new version that we're working on and the current version of Godot has been updated and tweaked, but I won't know unless I see other people play it, since different computers process differently. So it's the unfortunate thing of, I don't know if the bug's gonna be fixed or not, but we're fingers crossed hoping. Let's see if we can get this guy going again. So wait, hit, 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 hit. Okay, there we go, a negative 0.016. Alrighty then, that is interesting. I don't think I've got 16 before. Usually it's in the 20s. Let's click on main menu here. Let's go into levels, and let's see how well we can do, shall we? So here is the cafe. Here's Gabriella. If I use the arrow keys, I can move around and a customer will spawn. Let's go ahead and see the customer with E. The customer will sit down, read their little book here, decide what they want to order, and once they do, we'll be able to take their order. And if I hold down space, what you'll be able to see is what I was talking about earlier with the idea of attributes. In this world, different wizards have different types. For example, here, Gabby is a necromancer, so she is represented by the color of purple and the flavor of bitter. And anytime you make a spell or make a food that has the flavor of bitter in it, the song will be very fancy. However, if you make something that has sweet in it, then it's going to be easy peasy. And sweet is the flavor of our Medimancers, here the wizards. And as you go along, more wizards will come into the world, and you'll have to add more different flavors. For example, pyromancers will be added to the game. They'll either have the color of yellow or orange, and they'll have the flavor of spicy. And I've been thinking, we'll probably make spicy have the attribute of like speed, so any song that has spicy in it will be fast. So if you make something that's spicy bitter, then it'll be super fancy but super fast. But if you do something that's spicy sweet, it'll be super fast, super easy. That's the idea behind combining all the different flavors. So here we have a sweet bitter cake. Let's go ahead and serve it to the customer. We have to go and summon it. So we'll go off here and grab our sweet guy from here. Let's go ahead and grab our bitter from here. Let's then go ahead and grab our cake off of here. and let's see how well I can do. Oh, you know what? I didn't even realize the bug that we saw before, the line bug, it also exists in this version of the game. I just never noticed it. How odd is that? Interesting. Right, let's go ahead and hold down Q here, and let's see how well I can do. So, here you'll see the main screen, like what we did before with the calibration. Once the letters hit the white circle, you press them. Once this guy fills up, you have completed the spell. Congratulations, you did good. And if this guy fills up, you did bad. This is the tongue-tied meter. Should this guy fill up, you will have fizzled out your spell. So you don't want that guy to fill up. Shall we see how well I can accomplish this? If I do close, let's see. W-I-T-H space T-H-R-E-A-D-S space O-F space T. Oh, we're early on that one. W. Okay. I-L-I-G-H. Okay. And then T space A-N-D. And then let's see, space G-O-A-T-S-K-I-N V-I-O-L-E-N-T space. That one always trips me up, but it's supposed to. But it's not supposed to be that hard. S-O-C-K-S, comma. I hope to make that a little bit easier, but we got 61%, so you know what? I'll take it. And I'm working on a game that combines old Zelda games with Deltarune B battle style on Godot. It's going pretty good for now. Oh, how lovely. I just finished the music, some art, and the enemy attack part of the battle system, and I still have 5 days till the deadline. I would love to try a game jam out. The issue is that I get distracted very easily, so I happen to need a little bit of focus. So the hope is that once the demo of the game gets released on Steam, I'll take a break from it and do a lot of game jams, because they always sound like a lot of fun. What's the theme of the game jam you're doing, Temmie? If you don't mind me asking, I'm quite curious. What was the theme of it? And hi, check. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in. Hello. I'm running already because I'm dying from the heat and I have to fix my bike. How a scuffless one. Thank you, check, and thank you for stopping by. I hope you have a lovely one, and I hope your bike gets figured out and you are able to find a place that's nice and cool. So that's no good at all. And I heard game jam. Yep. What's it called? I still plan to try out and do a few game jams here and there once the demo of the game is released. Want to make sure we get this out first, and then we can have a little fun with doing a little bit of variety. You'll see a customer here. They have eaten the food. They've wiped their mouth. So we'll go ahead and let them leave. And that's the game in a nutshell. There's other things included, like ghosts, which will be antagonists in the game. You'll have to serve them like the customers. But for now, all that's important is the tutorial. We're working on redoing the tutorial. So let me go ahead and show you the current updated tutorial. If I go ahead and do, let's see, mute this guy here, I should then be able to close out this guy here. We should then be able to hide this guy here, show this guy here. Then I can bring you into this guy here, like so, and you should be able to hold on. Oh, you can't see it. Lovely, perfect. Okay, click on play here. And let's see if the music will do the musicking thing properly. I'm not seeing it appear as brown, so hold on, click on you there, then click on you there. There you go. That should update once the game starts up. And this is what I was saying before. It seems to be the case that the game's taking longer to load, which is super duper odd. I'm not sure why. I haven't updated it much, and I've only just added a few shaders here and there, but for some reason the game decides, nah, I want to take like a good few seconds to load. When really, earlier you used to be very quick. And so when will we create a game jam together and make something? I'm not too sure yet, Esco. The thing is, I thought that the demo would be released at the beginning of the month or beginning of the year. But as you can see, it's been a good old second. I would at least like to do 3 game jams. I know minimally, I want to do 3. And hi, United. Is it United? We love you. Oh, how sweet. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in. And is this live? It is indeed. I'm currently live streaming on both Twitch and YouTube. So let's see here. I can bring you into levels here. I can then bring you into the tutorial here. So the tutorial's been updated quite a bit. Now, instead of starting in the cafe, you start in the, what's it called? You start in the kitchen. And what you'll do is the game will tell you can use the W, A, S, and D keys. So the player will have to go behind the desk here. Then they'll have to hold down Q. And this is where calibration will happen. So it won't happen in the main menu now. Players will have to try out the game look, the screens, how you can see the bar filling up. So this will introduce the player to the idea of the UI, at least with Gabby here speaking in the text. And the thing we're working on at the moment, as you can see, even calibration has been updated too, so that now this guy is modifiable. If I click on continue here, the next step of our tutorial is to get Gabby to try making a spell. So she'll have to walk up to the shelves here and grab the things and put them down. But before we can do that, we need to show the player what controls they can use. For example, here you can see on the left there, interact is with E. So the hope is that we're adding it so anytime that the player can do something, so anytime there's like a white outline, that interact guy shows up. That'll be the hope of it. And also I get distracted really easily too, but the time limit helps me focus like a lot. Yeah, the thing is like time limits limits are good for me. However, due to some health conditions that I have, sometimes the time limits aren't too friendly. So my hope is that either I join a game jam that has a really long, like, it's a fair time limit in the sense of it's not like a week. I would want to join one that's like a month, I think. A month is a good enough wiggle room that if I happen to get sick for like a few days here and there, it's still good. Because if I do like a game jam for a week, say I get sick 3 days out of that week, then it's no good. It's no good at all. So the hope is that when I do one, it'll be like a month-long game jam or like a 2 month. So it'll probably be hosted. But yeah, distraction very happens often, super duper often. Let's see. Did I read the game jam main theme? The thing is, the game should be a stupid thing, but it should be serious, and more specific theme is spin to win. Oh no, I can think of many characters that do spin to win. Oh my. Let me go ahead. I believe we should be able to click on levels here. And what you'll notice is that, or maybe you can't because you can't see the mouse, but our main menu button right now at the moment, when I try to click on it, it does not work. So the hope is that today, before we get started on the tutorial all over again, I hope to make the UI not have all canvas layers. So we're going to go through, hopefully really quickly, and refactor all of these guys so that they're not screens, and instead they're like control nodes, and that's the hope at least. So if I go ahead and meet this guy here, let's go ahead and get started, shall we? I'll click on play here to get the music back up and running. Let me then go ahead and make sure we have our task on screen so that you can see what's going on. If I click on you here, we should be able to see it, or you should be able to see the task list. I don't know why it's hidden. Oh, there we are. Lovely. And we'll go ahead for now and do a little tilde here and do tilde clear. That should clear it right there. And oh, by the way, I found a debug thing that might come in handy for fixing your main menu button issues. I am all ears. I'm all ears, better late than never. That is what we're about to do and see if we can find. But if you have a solution, by all means, feel free to share. Let me go ahead now, and I should be able to go to our Obsidian guy here, and you can use get viewport.gui.get focus owner to check what node is stealing the focus. We can certainly try that. Hold your horses here. Let me go ahead and make this guy here our to-do right there. That should work, and it should be added. And with that said, let's go ahead and see. So I'll go to our home screen here, and our home screen should run in process. Let's go ahead and try to add that to function underscore process here. Process, there we are. And with that said, let's see here. We should do, let me copy this guy here, and we'll do the print. So let's see, print here, and then we'll do this guy here, so that there, and then this here. And I'm a uni student and currently learning game dev using Godot too. It's exciting. Congratulations. I can certainly say that I was in college for a bit for game development, but I found out it wasn't helping for what I wanted. But if you are going there and you are enjoying it, which it sounds like you are, I'm very happy to hear that. It's the thing of, if it's good for you, it's enjoyable, it's really fun. I enjoy talking to my professor, picking his ear about certain things. I didn't enjoy the group projects, but I did enjoy talking and getting help and things like that. That was always super duper fun. So I do wish you luck and good grades, United. We love you. Let me go ahead and click on this guy here. Let's see what prints then. Because our main menu button right now is not allowing us to do buttons. So if we're here, it says object null. So it's not doing anything, right? I'm hovering over the levels and nothing's happening. And it's not happening here either. I'm hovering over the main menu, but it's not saying anything. If I click on, so, oh, hold on. I did click on tutorial when I clicked on it, but it doesn't print anything. And focus picks where you click, not hover. I see. Hold on. I can certainly try. I did do that. Lovely. Okay. So you're saying if I click on this guy here, like, I'm clicking now, nothing's happening. If I click on levels here, it clicks on the level button. I'm clicking on the main menu now and nothing's happening. So I don't think that did the thing. I am clicking on main menu though, but nothing's happening. How odd. Let me go and close here. Thank you for the attempt though. As I said, if it's something we can try out super duper easily, I don't mind at all. Now, I think what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to bite the bullet, and it might be a node 2D that's blocking instead of control node then. Interesting. And hi Seth, welcome in the stream, welcome in, and welcome back. A control node, but what control node then? I don't really have many control nodes to begin with, or no, not node 2D. The only node 2D I can think of would be our our background, but the background goes behind it. That's not hold on, I said node 2D. That's not a node 2D. This guy here is a screen. So you know what? Let's go ahead and change this guy. Let's start by changing this guy here. Now, if it's not to be a canvas layer, what layer should it be if not canvas layer? And is there an on hover so we can see what you're actually hovering, if you're actually hovering over the button? Wouldn't there be a, wouldn't there be a highlight over the button if the button's getting hovered, right? That would let you know that you can select it. So for example here, I know that on hover does exist for, hold on, if I go here, like, I know that levels is getting hovered. I know calibration's getting hovered. So these guys are on hover, but if I try to go for menu, then there's no hover. So it's not accepting it. These guys are getting accepted. I can hover over them, but it won't let me hover over the main menu and change the color of it. And I'm checking to see if there's some global hover event for Node 2D. No, I see it. See, I do appreciate it. While you're doing that, then let me see about the canvas layers, because I haven't had many people comment about it before, but apparently it's not a very common thing. And I am not surprised one bit. This was I think this works now in this sense, so I do want to see if we can update that too. Wow, you're looking there. So let's see. Godot 4, what are canvas, canvas layers good for? Let's see. Godot 4, what are canvas layers good for? Keeping UI elements fixed to the screen during camera movement, rendering parallax backgrounds, and overriding default draw orders. Yeah, and what's the difference between a canvas layer and a control node 2D? Hold on, let me read this here. Apples and oranges, you can't compare the two. Canvas layer is a drawing layer displayed to the viewport. Control node building blocks for user interface elements. I see, Okay, so yeah, I think maybe then, right, this change type, we would have to change this to like a control node, but I'm not sure what type. I don't believe we set this guy to the offset update, yeah. So maybe we set this to be a center container, right? A center something, center here, hold on. Center container 2D like this here, and set that to be that there. I think that'll work. Setting this menu background screen to a center container, and then we'll just make sure the mouse filter is ignore, right? That would be what we do here, since the mouse doesn't need to be acknowledged. Ignore sets it to be ignore. The control will not receive any mouse input events. Yeah, okay. So I think this will be good. This guy here should also work just fine. So let's click on play, make sure that our background is functional. It should be, hopefully, in theory, if we click on play here. Does the mouse background still acknowledge us? It does indeed. Now, did I accidentally hide our home screen? Hold on. Home screen here. Home screen. Did you get hidden? No, you didn't. Oh, no, I don't get it. Never mind. It broke things very quickly. If I click on play here, why is it the case that it gets hidden? That's what I'm not too sure about. How odd. Yeah, now this guy shows up in the front, which is interesting. Our main menu, hold on, close this button here. And okay, there is a thing you can do. I am all ears. Let me close this guy here. Let me then see about our background. Background control hint panel, don't need you. Control hint panel, don't need you either. Calibration screen, don't need you. Menu screen, don't need you. Menu background, yeah. You, why are you the way you are? What if we do your Z indexes like, oh, you know what? Hold on. If we go to our home screen here and we set our menu background to be the back, I think here is the ordering layer we have to do that. And if I click on play now, and if you go back to your bugged main menu button, you can set your mode in the game bar to 2D instead of input, and it will highlight the first node you click, and first node being the blocking one. Sure can do. Let me see if I can get this menu background guy to appear. Hold on. If I put you here possibly instead, I want to see, is it because of the ordering? It's not acknowledging it being on top? Maybe? We click on play here, we wait. No. Interesting. Odd. Okay. And then if I just change this guy back to canvas layer, so we go back to our canvas layer here, does that fix it? If I change this back to canvas layer and save this guy and click on play, does that at all fix what the older thing was? If I click on you there, we have no. Interesting. Hold on. In our home screen here, we have you there, and then I move you here, and then we save you here and click on play here. And hi, chum, welcome back in the stream. Welcome back in. I hope your day or insert time zone here has been wonderful so far. Yeah, okay. So fixing it, canvas layer did end up working out. How odd. And let's see here. If you go back to the bug main menu button, you can set your mode in the game bar to 2D instead of input, and it will highlight the first node. Oh, this here. And then we go to this guy here, 2D, and I click on you here. Click on you here, it sets it to member, something like this, do you mean? I clicked on 2D, and now it says member console. So if I go input back here and I click on levels here, then I click on 2D again, and I click on main menu here, it says that the Penku console might be the reason why. That's the only thing I'm seeing. There's Penku console here when my mouse clicks on it. So is it a thing of possibly, let's see, if I close this guy here, does Penku console exist here? I don't see it on the side here. Panku. Penku console doesn't exist here. And yeah, that's the highlight blocking the node then? How odd. The thing is, it's like, I've used Penku console in the past though, and I just want to do a test as well. If I click on play, I'm expecting the Penku console to, hold on, okay. So this guy is down, oh, everything, hold on now. Give me 1 second, the main menu I think broke. Let me just, for a quick second here, because I think changing the canvas layer to a different one, close this guy, don't save it, let me just revert the changes so that anything that I did before. Discard all changes. Yeah, discard all changes. And then let's give it a try, because I think changing that canvas layer into a center layer messed things up. And check remote. I imagine it's getting it added at runtime. Could be. Let me click on edit here. And then hold our horses here. If we click on Godot, it needs a second to load. We'll click on here then again. Or it's a global. I think it might be a global. It's a plugin I'm using at the moment. The plugin hasn't given me any issues before. That's the thing. If I click on play now, let's just do a double check here to make sure that the buttons are working now. If I wait on you there, we click on you here, I should then be able to click on you here, click on you here. Should be good to go. Let me meet this guy here. All the buttons are functional. I can click on the test your own. Okay, so what I wanted to do was I wanted to pull up the Penku console, because this is what's showing up. This guy's showing up. But if you look, this guy here, the console shows up in the center of the screen. This is what it's referring to. But I can still hover over the test your own songs. So that's why I don't think it's that, which is the thing. So all of these guys still work. And when this guy is pulled up, and if I go into levels here, all of these guys aren't hoverable because they're behind it. But I can move this guy down and hover over these guys still. That's why I'm not too sure about why it calls for that. If I now go to 2D here, and hydration sure can do, sure can do. Give me
just redeemed
here.
hydrate.
Let's see. Thank you for that one. Thank you for that redeem. Hydration has been achieved. Let me go ahead, and now we're in 2D input again. Let me click on this guy here, and we have Penku console. So this guy is the one showing up. It seems to be the case also, it says main menu background. I don't know. It says Penku console, but on OS path, all of those guys here. If we maybe change the mouse mode, possibly. Mouse mode process here. And, okay, there's a little mouse icon in the game bar. Add and a mouse button with a list. Switch to the list and see the drop down, see which nodes are selectable. There's a little, oh, this here? Hold on. This little mouse icon, show list of selectable nodes. It says, you can't see it, it says Linux window manager. It says main menu. It says our control hint panel group, and then our menu background screen. Maybe our control hint panel group is the issue? Possibly it's this guy here? What is our mouse? Let's see, mouse filter. What if we do ignore on you? And then I click back into you here? Nope, it does not do that. Interesting, okay. So there's Linux window manager. Let me see if I can find a, or no, I don't know if it'll let me screenshot. Let's see. If I click on you here and click on here, and I think it's an order of selectability. So if it's a main menu is 2D, then Linux is the one blocking it. Linux though, what would be Linux window manager? It says Linux window manager is the Penku console. But the issue is that the other guys are fine. This guy, yeah, it says Linux window menu background screen. This guy here, interesting, I wonder then, if I were to make maybe the main menu button upwards more, maybe? And can you check remote? Remote here, you mean? And we have our Penku console, which should be here. That's this guy, that's the Linux, I believe. That's this guy here. If we hide you possibly here, does that at all help? Main menu is now the one that's on top. So now it's main menu, and it's unfortunate you can't see it. Hold on. Let me see if I can. How can we do this? I'm going to go here for just a quick second. And then what I'm going to do is go back into this screen here. Let me see if I can pull this guy up to show you a little bit easier. If I click on programming then, and then I were to click on, let's see, hold on, where are we at? You there. Nope, that's not it. That's not what I'm looking for. This guy right here. Let me click on that guy there. And then let me click on that guy here, I think possibly, or nope. Hold your horses here. Let me see if I can do this properly. We click on that guy there. I'm trying to set screen settings at the moment. I think that'll work. And then if I click on you here, nope, you can't see it. Okay, hold on then. Let me go ahead and click on you, close you. And then we'll go ahead and I should be able to do, I think, this guy here, click on that guy there. Then I should be able to click on you here, possibly. Let's see, click on you. Yep, you here. Okay, that did pull that guy up. And then if I just move this guy here, and I slide this guy over to here, like so, I then have to shrink this guy down just a little bit. I think that'll work. And then if I can transition back to you here, you should be able to see it. Now the computer screen itself. So you can see what I was saying before about how the main menu pops up, the control hint panel. All of these guys pop up. The main menu is now the one that's popping up. And hi, Muck, welcome back in the stream. Welcome back in. And hi, J-Fruit. Welcome in the stream as well. Welcome in. I don't recall that name. That is a new name. Hello, and welcome in. Welcome to the both of you. And so if you switch to input, it shouldn't be blocked. Switch to input here shouldn't be. That is odd then. That is interesting. Hold on. Close it, stop it, then click on play again. And seems to be Penku then? Penku's never given me an issue before. That is odd, but interesting, and I thank you as well for helping out. Okay, so we're in levels here. I can't click it. We go to 2D. We click on you here. It lets me know all of these guys. So So then we go into remote here. We hide the Penku console. Go back into input. No, hold on. I click on you here. It says main menu. All of these guys here. So main menu is the top one. I click back. Oh, do I have to do mouse here? And then main menu here. So I'm clicking it and it's doing, let's see. I click on you here. So main menu is the top one. It is the very top one here. I go back into input with the mouse and main menu. It was there for a moment. Huh? What happened? It was good to go and then it wasn't. Let me see. Penku here. Set your mode to Wasn't there a mouse mode I think I had to ignore, possibly? If we go to the side here, no, I'm not seeing it, but it was working for a second. We were able to click it, and now not so much. Main menu is enabled now, and main menu, let's see, mouse mode, maybe, possibly, mouse up here. What do we have? Process mode, I don't see, where did mouse go? Mouse, M-O-U-S-E, mouse here, mouse filter, stop. Yeah, okay, Shouldn't it be pass, right? Pass should be it. And if we click back to you here, go back to you here, no. Odd, okay, and then our Penku console here, let me just double check. There is no mouse, and stop is correct. I see, okay, I'll go back to here then and make sure we do stop. So if I go to you here, main menu guy here, make sure it is set to stop, and it means menu is grabbing. I see, interesting, okay. So you here. Yeah, and control hit panel group, that's the second guy that's available for us to remove. Now there's only main menu and main menu background screen. So if I click on you here, we click on you here, okay, control hint panel group. Control hint panel group. Let's try to grab that guy here. Let me hold on this guy here. Let's try removing that guy. So if I go to our control hint panel group, so control, because this guy is new. Control hint panel group is new. It's one of the new features. So I'm wondering, maybe that's the guy. This guy here is the issue. If I set you to, well, no, it says pass, right? If we do ignore, possibly that might help. Ignore here, and then we also do control hint panel scene here. Set this guy to be ignore as well. So if we do ignore, oh, our buttons aren't they're your stop. Hold on. Let's make our buttons here as well, just in case. Your button icon here, set you to ignore. And with that said, now our control hint panel scene here is set to ignore. And just making sure this guy here, it says pass. I think ignores also works too, right? And now if we click on play, does it work possibly? Maybe? Because I don't think it's the Penku console. That's been here from like the very start. So now, it was that. I see! Well, thank you! Better late than never, thank you! That, I didn't know about that, what's it called? Debug tool. I see! And they're defaulting to the top left before any hint is, oh yeah, they are defaulting to the top left because they're hidden. I see! And hi, Beatus! Welcome in the stream, welcome in. How lovely then! That means I don't have to change, you know what that means? That means I don't have to evolve. That means I don't have to fix all my canvas layers. I can keep them. I'll do it. I'll take it. For now, at least. These guys can stay. They'll have to see another day. And since the control panel is a container, it has no render, but it's still visible. Yeah. Since it is by default in the top left, but it's hidden, it still checks to see. That is interesting. I see. Thank you for that one. Let me go ahead and close this game, stop this game here. Let me then make sure we have the backup here now that our main menu button is fixed. So let's see. Main menu button fixed. F-I-X-E-D. Main menu button fixed. Go ahead and click on commit and sync changes. And now we can call that guy completely done. So if I go ahead and copy you here, I should be then able to do tilde and click on done here. And weird though how the selection order prioritizes the hint over the button, even though the button was above. Yeah, Godot is a little bit strange, but I am glad that the new thing that was added was the reason why it was breaking. That is good. And possibly the canvas layer int, maybe? The thing is, all of these guys, I did move the canvas layers around. I did do that. I also made sure to remove our control screen hub earlier, and it didn't help, so I'm not too sure. And that's a little block. Let's see here. I'll save this guy. We should have a backup now, so we should be good to go. Next up on the list now is to go back to our link usable controls with UI. So that is next up. Let me go ahead and tilde that guy there. So that should be marked as, and glad it's fixed now. Yeah. If I run into that again, I now know a new debug tool. So that was very informational, and thank you all over again. Give me 1 second to get a little bit of tea here, and then we'll see about now linking our control UI to the actual UI. Tasty. Okie dokie. With that said and done, what I'll do now is we're running into an issue where, for some reason, our control hint panel is not in the bottom left corner or bottom right corner. What you'll notice is that when I click on the options menu, look how it's not in the bottom. It's like to the corner of everything. If if we go into remote, possibly, we have our group here. If we, let's see, close you here. Alignment, offset, transform. Why is it showing up not in the certain bottom corner? That's what I'm wondering here. You position, it won't let me see. Members here, we have constants, we have nodes. I can't see what position it's at. It says alignment begin, center, all of those guys here. But this guy should be current position top left. Yeah, you should be bottom left is the thing. And I'm not sure why it's saying top left. So I guess we'll have to figure that out first to see why our guy isn't setting the way it should properly. So if we go here into our control screen hub, this guy here is what marks everything. And if we go ahead here and also I can reset this layer here since I don't know where those guys have or why they're the different numbers, but that's good. We're fine to go there. And if we go into this here, this guy is what's responsible for our controls. And yeah, you can see this was the top right or top left of the screen where the main menu button was. That's why it was covering it. So that makes a lot of sense since it was right there. This guy here should by default be set to the top left, but when we start up the game, this guy here should go to the bottom right. So I'm not too sure. Let's just go ahead and set it to here. And what I want to do is upon ready, I want to print the game controls current guy. So we'll do here utility dot utility utility dot print, and we'll do print here, print debug message here. Or actually, no, we don't have to go that fancy. We can just do a simple print. Print here, and what we're going to print is, let's see. We're going to print our control screen dot position dot, let's see, find key, and then we'll go ahead and do our, game controls dot current position. This should let us know what position it is upon creation or after initialization. So I'll go ahead and copy this guy here, and we'll get the before and after of initializing the position. So if I now click on play here, let's see what we get for positions. It should say something like top left or bottom right, something like that. If I click on play here, we scroll back up, we can see that it says top left first, and then it says bottom right next. So this guy, our game controls should be set to bottom right. However, when we go into our remote guy here, we go into our control hint panel guy here, what does it say? Where are we at? It says anchor present top left. It should say bottom right now, which is odd. However, if we go into options, what you'll be able to see is that it is the bottom right, but it says top left, which is what I'm curious about understanding. And if we set your anchors present to bottom right here, it does not do anything. If we set it to top left here, it does not do anything. Interesting how that doesn't really change much. How odd. And this guy here is, oh, you're not even that guy, huh? Where are you coming from then? This should be our control screen. Do we have two control screens? Oh yeah, we do have two controls. Hold on. We need to go into our options guy here. Options screen here, options menu screen. This control screen was an old relic. We don't need that guy. That guy is no longer needed. I don't think it even does anything anymore, but that shouldn't be needed because we only have two control screens. We have one for our home screen and one for the in-game. So we have two hubs. One hub for the cafe, one hub for the main menu. Those are the only two guys we should have. Now if we click play, nothing should change at all. And classic off by one error, but it's actually an entirely different object. Yep, I was not expecting that one bit. Now that we're in here, we go back into our options. What we can see is that, yeah, that was entirely something different, but now we're tracking the right thing. So it should be in the bottom right, which it is. It is in the bottom right. And what we see here now, we go back into our remote, we should be able to see our home screen here, our control screen hub. In our control screen hub, in our game controls, we should have our control hint panel group here. And our control hint panel does say anchors present bottom right. It is at the moment bottom right. If we go for top left, how odd is it that the screen seems to think it's super teeny tiny? We have bottom right here, we have top left. And how odd is it as well that it's behind our options menu? It should be in front of our options menu, which is super duper odd. What I'm wondering is if we do ordering, if we change this to be like a 1, or if we change this to be 10, it doesn't change the ordering. Is the canvas layer size transforming wrong? Is it possible for the canvas layer sizing to be wrong? Because it's the canvas layer, right? It would fill up the entire screen. This guy here fills up all of this. It goes here. So we have this guy here that's set to be expand as much, and we have you here, yep, anchor top left, and then our main menu or our control screen here, this guy here, oh no, hold on, this guy here, I don't think so because it's a canvas layer. That's the reason I used canvas layers to begin with, is because it's the entire screen, and it does have scale and transform parameters. Interesting. This scale is 1:1. We have control screen hub here. The scale is 1:1. and we have here our home screen here. Our canvas or control screen hub is set to be scale, layers, transform. Transform is 1-1, so it is doing that there. All of these guys are also 1-1, or should be at the very least. We have 1-1 here, so I'm not too sure. And let's see, our controls hint panel here. This guy does do anchors properly if I set it to be topper. Oh yeah, I forgot. These guys do have a different guy, don't they? Okay, so the thing is though, this guy should appear closer if that's the case. I'm wondering, because this was an issue that we figured out before, what I'll do is, we'll save this guy here because it's fine to leave it as that there. Oh, hold on, close that guy here, save this or close that guy there. No, scale 0.6. Oh, did you see something? Oh, if you're talking about the, what is it called? This guy, where are we at? Control screen guy, I can't find him. You here, this control screen hub here, and then our book controls here, and control hint panel. The control hint panel is supposed to be that scale. That is correct, yeah. It is supposed to be that scale because we ran into an issue where multiple of the control hints, when you added them, they got off of screen. So this guy is the only guy that should properly be this number here. I'm wondering though, why it's the case that if, you know what, actually we can test this. It 100% will work top right, top left, I mean. Top left, and but the anchoring and positioning will be slightly incorrect. We did already figure out that issue, so that is fixed. That does work as intended at the moment. Maybe it got tweaked, but it does work. I can say, what I'm wondering is, let's go ahead and make it top left, or yeah, top left by default, because that'll give us more information. What I'm guessing will happen is Godot have the equivalency as Flexbox. Could you elaborate what you mean, Sess? I'm not too sure. I do plan to get into CSS, but I'm not too sure at the moment. What I think is going to happen is if I set the guy to top left, I think it's going to go here, and it shouldn't. And if it goes here, then that means it's not an issue with the 0.75. But if it goes up here and we're still having issues, then maybe it has something to do with the 0.75. I don't think so, but let's see. Let's try to get it to the top left as its position. So to do that, what we do is go back into our cafe, or not a cafe here, our home screen, our control screen hub here, go into the script here, and what we need to do is initialize our game controls. We need to initialize our game controls here and set it to be our top right, so top underscore right here, top right, and then I want to see, and it has HBox, VBox, and grid. I see. The thing is, I don't know too much about those guys, so it's always need to know more about them. I'll click on play here, and if we click on play, we get this guy here. If I click on options, then oh, I said top left, didn't I? Top right. No, it says top right here. It says top right, but it went top left, right? Top right. Let me just make sure this top underscore left is not either or. So top left, top right. So we'll do top right just as a double check here and click on play. Yeah, I don't think it's a 0.75 thing then. If we click on play here, click on you here, we go to options here. Yeah, okay. And you go here top right and then top left. Okay, so something is certainly off. I'm wondering our top underscore left here, top left here, save that guy here. We click on play here, click on play here. And now Flexbox is a web concept that basically handles the arrangement of items within a container, resizing them, hiding them as needed. Oh, I see, yeah. That's one of the reasons why I went with Canvas, because regardless of how big you make the screen or how big or small, it had anchor points that would keep up with the ratio. That's why I initially chose the Canvas as the option. We have options here. Yeah, so I don't think it's a 0.75 issue because, as I said before, the guy isn't showing the top left. It should be up a lot more. So it makes me wonder, our control screen hub here, our scale should be fine. And I'm wondering, why isn't that scale changing? Is it a thing that needs to be modified? If I hide and to show our control screen here, oh, hold on, our game control screen, right? We remembered, and I don't remember who linked it. I think it was Pala yesterday, but the fact that this guy here should be changeable when you enable and disable it. So it makes me wonder, how can we modify it? And hi Venus, congratulations on 5 consecutive streaks and A! Welcome in all over again. And hi Axo, welcome in the stream, welcome back into you as well. I love streaking. Oh my. What we can do, and what I can see about doing is, if we go into the game, we should also get this UI to pop up. I'm going to disable in our sandbox level. What I'm going to do is I'm going to disable our debug mode. That should work in a
BTZOO just redeemed IRL word ban.
That should not be enabled right now. We haven't even reached the first hour yet. Oh my goodness. Let's see how it is. All right then, fine. Right, hold on. I believe as well we have That challenge was already done very recently. It seems to be the case you all like you always choose the same exact word, and I don't know why. And you would think you don't get creativity, here and there, right? Okay, so I was talking about how I would like to, I don't even remember what I was talking about. Oh my. Let's see here. We were discussing, I'm a villain, not a monster. You are a monstrosity, I say. I would like to disable debug mode. Then I would like to go to levels. Then I would like to go here. And what I want to see is when we spawn this guy in dish, this guy has interact bottom left. The guy should be top left. It's not. I was doing good. I was doing great even. Wonderful. Swallow you all at the end. Well, I say you all. No, I'm blaming Beatus. I'm 100% blaming Beatus. Oh my, let's see. Okay, so you here. What I wonder then is remote or, right, we can now, knowing the debug tools that we have, you broke the ban, now what do we do with my money? Or do we win money? No, you don't. You win sanity. I lose sanity. Fair trade. I click 2D input here. Now I click the list thing. Oh man, I wanted it to be money. Everyone gets a car. You get a car. You get a car. Everyone gets a car. Oh my. I then click interact. You can't see what pops up, so let me go ahead and enable capture again. That way you can see the guys that appear. What I'm wondering is, why do you not have our panel? That's what I'd like to know. Oh, don't spend. And did she just say the word by reading? Did I ask her? Don't tell me I did. Oh boy. I don't think so. Possibly. I hope not. Let me click you here. Control panel. I would then like to see about doing, let's see. You here? Oh boy. Every time I messed up, I'd be $1 richer now. Oh my. Bottom left, salty spittoon. Bottom left, we move you to top left here. See how the thing doesn't go to the top left of the screen? That's what I'm confused about. And I wonder why that's not working. Oh my. Top left, bottom left. We also have top right. We also have bottom right. Do think you said? I'll check. Oh boy. Brain engaging, major thinking, speaking, slowed down significantly indeed. I'm hoping I don't have to go through pain all over again. What is the top relative to? Bottom left, top left. This guy here should have... This guy here should be controls. Mate, they're doing what you did. Okay, time's up. Now, it's to see if, did I say it before? Do I have to go through this all over again? Oh, look what you started, a revolution. And timer done. I'm free. How wonderful. Okay, so what was the question again? The question was, let's see. You do think, if I had a nickel, no salty spittoon, let's see. I'm sorry. No, you're not. I know you're not. And you did say, and reading my message. I see. Okay. I see. You know what? I see. I honor the 3 minutes here. So, we're seeing, what top of what? What I expect to happen is, I would expect top to exist here at the top of the screen. This would be top. Ad break incoming. Well, I guess we'll have to, well, I think we can snooze the thing for now. Mother, please. We'll snooze it for now. Well, never mind. No snoozing. I said the word, so when we come back from ad break, we'll continue this pain. My goodness. Well, with that said, let me go ahead and get some tea. So top of the screen or top of the scene? Okay, so I can say now, while we're waiting on this to occur, that the idea behind our controls screen hub here is that this guy exists as top. So this would be top left. We then have here our bottom left. We then have here our bottom right. This guy here should be our top right. This guy here should be our top, and this guy should be our bottom. These are the anchors that we have in place at the moment. And we did the math beforehand to figure out the numbers and everything. That's why the scale is here, because if I scroll down here, what you'll see is that we had to do like a pivot offset ratio. So that has been factored, but maybe something gets modified. And UI is all the canvas layers, so they're pinned to the screen. Yep. They're pinned, but what I'm wondering is why the UI decides that it is not going to be at the top left or bottom right. That's what I'm not too sure about. Let me get a little bit of tea here while we're waiting. And I didn't do it this time, though. You started it, Ame. A revolution, I say. A coup, even. Terrible, terrible thing. Let me get a little bit of tea here. Tasty, tasty. And can you check the remote and see the parents of the hint? Would you, could you elaborate what you mean? Elaborate. Could you elaborate what you mean? Do you mean when I click on play, check the guys at the very top of the screen to see what it says? I can definitely do that. Like what we did before with the 2D and everything. That can be done. And we can certainly do it once the ad break is up. And while the ad break is going on, let's go ahead and do some stretches. Shall we do some neck stretches? We'll start off by going to the left here. Slowly but surely. And if anything happens, if anything cracks, breaks, hurts, or causes any pain, call it or call it. Don't call me. I should not be held liable for anything that happens to it. Your own transgression. So let's go to the left here slowly. And then we'll want to go ahead to the right here slowly. And then we'll want to go to the back here slowly and check the hint node and see if the bounds of every parent, grandparent, and grandparent node of the hint, see if it's being offset in any of those. I can certainly attempt to do so. The thing is, it's like these guys here already, the thing is, it's like this part was already figured out. We already did this. So my wondering is why it's modifying itself again. I'm not too sure, but we can definitely look into it. And so you're thinking the offsets are compounding? Are you talking to Better Late Than Never Sus, or do you mean me? And I'll go to the right here a little bit slowly. You can hold this for about a minute or so, but we don't have time for that. So we'll hold it for like a second or two. And then you can also go down here for like a minute or so. And then you can also go here to the right for a little bit. And then you can also go down here for a little bit or so. And then you can go to the left a little bit more. And then we can also go to the right a little bit more. It's important to make sure you do stretches, as you want to make sure if you're a programmer or anyone who works on computers that you have a good long career in working on it. As very quickly, you might not feel it early age, but as you grow, you might run into like wrist issues if you don't do stretches, or back issues, or neck issues. So it's good to get in the habit of stretching. And welcome back from the ad break. Welcome back in. But that said, we were doing pain. We were discussing pain. And shall we continue? There's a little orange box that appears when you debug select. I see. Okay, yeah, we can do that. I'll click run project, wait this out, have this then load. There's a little orange box. Yes, I do remember that. I'll then click input levels. We'll go back here. Then we'll spawn in something to be near. Spawn in dish. Then in remote, we should be able to see our cafe. Then in our cafe here, we have control screen hub. In control screen hub, there is game controls. Then in here, we have control hint panel. And I'm guessing possibly what's happening is that this isn't shrinking. We need this to shrink. Likely is what needs to happen. I'm guessing we've run into this issue before, but I'm wondering why we're running into this thing again. So, what I'd like to do is see if we can find an option to shrink or expand. Or is the case being so, therefore, of... we have to double shrink the thing. That hurts. When in doubt. So, I'm wondering how we can shrink this thing, as I think that's why. So you're trying to flush into each far corner. Yes, you can see how there is, if I click you, there's a lot of space here and a lot of space here. That's not what we want. Oh my. Not what we want at all. I'd like for the thing to shrink. Can I see the children of that node? Yes, you can. Let me hide this. Your poor brain. Let me hide this, then expand. Click this here, and our control hit. Freedom! I'm free! Okay, let us never do that again. Can we all agree? No more it, nothing, never ever. It seems to be the case that our control hint panel group here is the issue. I'm wondering why is it expanding maybe if we do something smaller? Is there a way we can go to control hint panel group here, go back to you here? Is there a way we can go to like shrink center possibly? Is there like a shrink function we can do? Like there's expand. I did shrink center here, and there's expand. Oh, you can't see it. Hold on. If I go ahead and hide this guy, show this guy here, you should be able to see that if I click on you, that they're not expanded. So expanded doesn't exist. I would think that if it were expanded, and disable only to set the shrink and fill flags, and no more the rest of the month, or no more it for the rest of this month, and I love that our brain goes sentence dot replace it, the thing, for everything she says, and it slows down her speech to like 400%. The thing was, I tried to replace the word, but then I just had to start speaking slowly and thinking the word before I say it. It was super duper weird. But I'm free now. I'm free, I say. Let me go and hide this guy here. What I'm wondering is it the case that the size flag is getting set to be something different? If we click on play here again, and then we go back into the game, I want to look at the size flag. I think it's a bool that you can check to see if it fills or not fills. So if we then go and see about it, and it slows down, I did read that. It was so lovely, lovely. So go back to here. We spawn in something here. So spawn in a dish here. And then if I were to go into remote here, we go into cafe here and go all the way down to control hub. And then we go into game controls here. We go then to our control hint panel here. What I want to take a look at is our alignment is begin. And then we have all the way down here. We have, yeah, so it's shrink center here, but for some reason it's expanding. It feels as though it's expanding at least, and I'm wondering why the screen or the guy here is expanding like by the H. It shouldn't do it horizontally. Yeah, horizontal. Why is it expanding? Size Y seems to be getting to 360. Yeah, it seems to be doubled possibly. It's here. It's the. Now I'm just worried about saying the word it. You've made me paranoid, Venus. How could you? 360 here. I'm wondering then in our 2D screen here, if we go to our control hint panel guy here, local you here, you are 360. This guy here by default is set to 130. So it's not like it's double, right? 360 wouldn't be half of that'd be like 130. No, actually, no, that's 360. No, 150 is 300. So it'd be like 150, 60, 70, 80. 180, I think, would be half of it. Pavlov. Oh my. The suffering, I tell you. It makes me wonder if possibly it's because of something we did in our... No, that's fine here. This guy, I'm wondering, because this guy here, and then if we go to our bottom guy here, I were to change the ratio to down here. Yeah, the Y stays consistent. And the thing is as well is that our Y should never change size, our control hint panel. So it makes me almost wonder if our guy here should be set to something else. And could it be coincidental, but it is in the same position as 360? Could you elaborate a little bit on what you mean? Better late than never. I am all ears. What do you mean by it's the same position as 360? I know this guy here, at least, the position is set to 0, 0. Do you mean that if we run the game and then we go, let's see here, the size Y is 360, position Y is 360? I see. Hold on, we can definitely do a check here. If I go ahead and spawn an object in here, spawn a memory addition to here, and then I go to here, we go back to here, and I were to click into our control screen hub, go back to game controls, we go back to our control panel guy here. If I were to change our anchor to top left here, so top left, we have our position as a position of 0, 0. So this guy believes that this is 0, 0 on the global, and the size here is still 360. But this is even off. This should be at the very top. So I would expect it to be right here. I'm expecting it here, but it's all the way down here, which is what I'm confused about. Our anchor is set to top left here. We have bottom left then, or center left. We also have here our top center. And so I'm just wondering, why is it the case that it decides to go here and not up here? What we can do is I can add a function so we can test the spawning and deletion of these guys in our game. So what we'll do is we'll go to our Cheats UI here, and I will add a new function to do add test panel, remove test panel, something like that, or change test panel position. So we'll do here a function, and we'll call it change CHANGE, change underscore PANEL, panel underscore POSITION, position here, position, just to see if it's the function. And push comes to shove, just forcibly set the size and code. Maybe, but I would hope not to, just because we might run into an issue where hard coding it. I definitely, if I can help it, I don't like hard coding, because I've always found hard coding is, in the long run, it's painful. We'll do utility dot, and then we'll do here, change underscore test underscore panel dot emit, and then we'll do here, and we'll do the int. So then we'll do an int here for panel position, PANEL, new underscore, that's not new, NEW underscore POSITION. And no, yeah, same. I love writing generic, but this is this is a bit of a weird bug. Yeah, that's the issue. So that generic is great until you run into very specific bugs. So we'll do here int new panel position. We'll then also do here, copy you here, and we'll do here an error, and we'll say if it is the case that utility or not utility, we'll do here our control screen hub. So controls underscore, and why are you angry? Hold on, I'll just do control K for now here, and then we do expecting closing after. That's what I'm not too sure about. Why is it expecting a closing after? We do here, enter here, and yeah, why is it expecting a close? Did I miss something? Func change you here. We have left, we have right, we have void, and then that. Is something off? And you mixed up the parameter declaration type? Oh, thank you. There we are. Oh no, hold on. I see what you mean. There we are. And here. Thank you for that one. My goodness. And then we'll do control K here. And then we have if, and then we'll say if our controls, and if control screen dot position, so dot position, and then we'll say dot has, we should be able to do here, has new position, and then we'll do here a print for warning. So if it doesn't have it, we'll say, hey, you can't actually do that. It does not exist. So we'll do that here, we'll do that here. We should then be able to do this guy here, and then we'll do return. So we'll do, hold on, enter return here, and then we'll erase this guy here. This will then be an error to say, hey, we actually couldn't do the thing. We couldn't change the position, does not exist. Couldn't, C-O-U-L-D, could not change. Let's see, could not change, P-A-N test, panel, P-A-N-E-L, P-O-S-I-T-I-O, could not change test panel position, does not E-X-I-S-S-T, or number out of range, yeah, number, N-U-M-B-E-R, number out of range, there we are, number out of range, there we go, and it's okay, it happens, oh yeah, blindness happens a lot of the times, I can't agree to that one. So we have here an error code, just in case we do an outside of the range, but if it is the case, then we're going to change the range here, and what we're going to do then is do a plus here. We'll then go ahead and do utility dot, no, not utility, we need to do control screen dot position dot find key here, find key, and then we need to grab our new position here, and then this will give us the string of the enum, and then we'll say that we are changing test panel to position, P-O-S-I-T-O-N, changing test panel to position, and then we put the position here. So this should give us that there, and then we can go ahead and do the new position here. So we'll emit this guy, I'll then copy you, actually we'll copy all of you here, you should be fine to copy, save this guy, then we'll go back into our print debug message, so back into utility, go all the way up here now. Signal, where can you go? I guess we can save it in the cheat signals. I should have a section, I think, there. We have Ghost, Customer, Tutorial, Spellcasting. If we do here, Control F, CHEAT. Surely we have a menu signal here. We have a debug, we have colors, but I guess not a, oh, here we are, var node. Nope, never mind. We don't have specifically a signal for cheating. That's okay. We'll do here since it's a menu. So we'll do signal, and then we'll set this guy here to change test panel. So we'll do this guy here, and this will be a new. So we'll say here, new position, new underscore POSITION. And did you write this utility script yourself? It's impressive. I thank you. However, I can say as well that this is all of the code in my game is about almost 2 years old. Well, the project, I've been working on the project for almost 2 years. I have refactored everything but this utility script. So this utility script is very old. A lot of this code is dead. So thank you. I can say though, this guy here, lots of the code is dead, so it can be deleted. I haven't refactored it just because I'm always adding to it. But out of all of everything here, yes, everything here you can see, I 100% did myself. So let's see here, we'll do new position, and then we'll do undo here, new position. Then we'll set this new position to be, let's see, we'll do controls here. So control screen dot position, POSITION. And why is it angry? Oh, emit, don't need it to be emit here, copy you here, save you here. Then what we'll do is we'll copy this guy here, we'll go to our control screen hub here, and whenever we receive the signal, we'll go ahead and make it a new guy. So I should be able to go into ready here. We then should be able to do, so I'm yet to make a massive utility script like this yet. I see that. Well, thank you. We'll do here a utility dot here, then we'll do utility, so UTILITY, utility dot change test panel position. I'll then go ahead and copy this guy here, and then we'll set this function to. This guy here will be the function that we change it into. We'll then set this to be a void guy here, and the debug and color stuff is super useful. Oh yeah, the debug and color stuff, this is very new. I figured out how to color everything. And the thing is as well is that I can click on these numbers and they'll take me exactly where in code that the thing is. So that makes it super duper easy to debug. I am very proud of that. It took me a while to understand, but oh boy, that has made things a lot easier. So let's see here. If we go to you there, we then go ahead and remove you here. I should then be able to do our change test position. So change test panel position here, remove then that here, and that's useful, isn't it? I can say if you are curious on how it's done, hold on here and I can show you. If I do an underscore here and then I do underscore here, and then what I can show you is in our utility, UTILITY utility, it's somewhere down here. It is going to be, let's see if I can find it here super duper quickly. We have print debug message. Okay, here we are. So what it does is you have to go and get the stack of the message info. So you can see here it says get stack, and this get stack here I think is, yeah, it's like a Godot function. So it gets the stack of the utility, or not the utility but the scripts, and it's tricky. And then I have to, you can see here, get debug info. So I have to get the stack frame in the dictionary, and this is all Godot stuff. And then you have to convert the string and everything. So it's a little bit interesting in that, but I can say, if you're interested in it, I can certainly send it in Discord. If you are in the Discord, I can send the code there too, if you'd like to take a better look at it. With that said, let me go ahead and click on this guy here, and we have change test panel, new position there. And then what we're going to do is, for our new position, that guys are good to go. So now we'll grab our game controls and we'll change the layout to whatever we get the layout of. So we'll do this here, change layout, and we'll just change this guy to be here. So it'll change the position to whatever new position that we're adding. I then copy this guy here. And why are you angry? Oh, I see. We have to do .connect. There we are, .connect. I'll then save this guy here. And with that said, we click on play. And while that is loading, let me go ahead and get some tea here. Tasty. Alrighty, with that said, let me go ahead and click on levels here. Let's then click on this guy here. And now, hopefully, when we spawn in this guy, so we spawn in a dish here, just a random dish here, we should now be able to, and it's a little bit tricky to see because we're doing it by enums. So possibly what I can do is, if we go into our, close this guy out here. No, we don't have to close it. We can just go into here, I think. Or nope, close this guy here. Menu background, nope, don't need you there. We're looking specifically for our, not debug screen here, control screen here. Yep, okay, and then our control hint panel group here. Nope, we're looking for our control panels. Let's see here. You here. We then have our control hint panel group. Control screen. Control screen is what we're looking for. So this would be 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right now, the guy should be, if we go back into game here, it should be, I think, what number would this be? This is bottom left. So bottom left would read as, we go back into scripts here super duper quickly. Bottom left is 2. So let's change it to be 0, which should change this guy to be top left. So if we go ahead and do, let's see, change panel position. If we set it to 0, it should go top left. And hi, is it Alderin? Maybe Alderin? Please correct me if I'm wrong on the name. Welcome to the stream, and thank you for the follow. Thank you. I tend to butcher names, so as you said before, please do correct me. Now, if I click enter, it should go to top left. And it does not. Could not change number out of range. Interesting. Change panel position. Let's see. Control hit panel here. Why are you angry? Why are you mad? Here, cheats here. Hold on. Cheats back into here. Go back down to here. And hi, your first try was right. Wonderful. So then an Alderin is what I'm guessing that was what first came to mind. Let's see here. Change position. We have a new position as int, and what I'm wondering is, I would like it to be the case of, let's just make sure that this guy here, and it says dot has. Did I do the dot has incorrectly? Should it be the case of dot has? Yeah, this guy here, dot has. This should work, right? Has all returns true. The dictionary contains all keys. No, we do dot has. I thought, because it would exist in it. And might need to cast the enum type. How do you cast the enum type? Hold on, let me click on. Let's see here. Back into our cheats guy. It's something, I do love enums, but I always have a hard time translating them here and there. I thought the dot has would work because it would translate it. We do, and let's see, integer var as enum name. Does that work? Let's see. So you mean to say if, let's see. Var has as, if var as, and then we have here controls screen and then enum name. So if var has control screen dot position, position, like that. And then so the new position as, we ran into this before very recently. It's super duper new. And it says here expected blank after if. So see, if you there. Why is it angry now? If you there has, if as, like that, I think, right? Maybe? If you there, right? I think, if control screen dot has new position as, hold on, let's see then. If you there, and then we'll do undo you there. So if, let's see. If you there has, okay, and then we do you there. So the has to be this guy here, right? We can give it a try. I'll then click on play here, and let's see if it does now go top left. If I click play here, we then go ahead and click on levels here, click on you here. We go ahead and spawn in our dish, super duper random. And well, you can keep the not, sorry. Oh, no worries at all. Let's see. So let's see if, oh yeah, that is true. Not's very important, isn't it? That would be super duper handy. All right, not now. And then what we'll do is you there. We'll then do levels here, you here. We'll then go ahead now and spawn our dish so that it does appear. And then we'll go ahead and change our guy here. So change panel position. It should go top left. And we get, nope, could not change test panel position out of range. Hold on, let me go ahead and do here Godot 4, hard cast. Let's see. Int as enum. Hold your horses here. Godot 4 int hard cast as enum. That there. So possibly what we can see is hard cast. Check if enum exists as number. Godot 4 check. Godot 4 check if enum is, or if number is enum. Check if number is enum. Let's see. Godot 4 check if number is enum. We have here dot values. Oh, hold on. To check if a number is a value specified. Dot values. Let's see. What we need to do is do dot values, and then we need to do here, and then we need to do you there. Hold on. If you there, and then we say in you here, and then we do this guy here. I think it's supposed to do. See, we would have to do that instead. And then we click on play here. And then let's see if that works. So we wait for this guy. Oh, did I do not? Again, hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Not. And now click on play again. Let's see if this does work. So if number dot in values. I thought it was dot has. Interesting. We'll click on levels here. We'll click on you here. We'll then go ahead and spawn in another dish again. So spawn in a memory dish here so that can be highlighted. And then we'll go ahead and change the position again. So change the position. Let's just be able to set it to 0 and we can do enter. Yes, look at that. It works when I type it into here. It works just fine. Now we have 0 position 0. We can do 1, which should set it to here. We can set this guy now to 2. Let's see, that sets it to there. Yep, that's right. We set it to 3 here. So the function works, but for some reason it doesn't want to do the thing in the, I don't know. This is 3. We then have 4, which sets it to the top, and then we also have here 5. So 5 should work here too. 5 would be bottom. So it's working, it's just something else. But the function does work properly. But when calling the function, it gets a little confused, it seems to be. So we'll close this guy here. And we now know at the very least, which is good news, that the function is working as intended. So this guy, let's see our control screen hub here. This guy, this change layout position is working as intended. But for some odd reason, it seems to be the case that whenever we, oh, you know what we can do as well? We can also check to see if it works in the options menu. And enums get interpreted as a dictionary with the name as the key. Oh, I see. That does make sense. Yeah, enums as a dictionary. That makes a lot of sense. We'll open up our options menu here. Let's try now running this guy here. So we'll do, let's see, not teleport here. We'll change this to change here. So this should still work. Change panel position, and we'll set this to be the case of 0, and that moves it up there. So it does work here too. For some odd reason, it seems to be the case of it not wanting to work properly in the code. Okay, so upon doing ready, what we do is we do initialize. What it makes me wonder almost is if we have to run this guy in the game itself to initialize it. So instead of moving it to ready here, maybe we have to do it somewhere else. So what I'm thinking is we'll have to do here, 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 here. And then what we'll have to say is, here, func for ready. We'll do a func for here, and I believe in our home screen, let's just do a quick double check here. Home screen scene here. Upon running our home screen, we have here our ready, and on our ready we have reset universal, we have set hub settings. So set hub settings is here. So let's see about instead doing the set settings here. And then what we'll also do here is do set hub settings. So this guy here should be good to go. We'll remove this here. That should be our ready because it's our tester guy. And then we'll move this down here. So our set settings, all of these guys here. And then we'll go ahead and initialize it. Initializing it should, let's see here. As we do initialize here, we go ahead and add the control. Yeah, the set settings always runs once the first time. So I think this is okay to run here. Let's just do a test. If we put it into here, how does it react then? Do we have to do it before or after? If I set it to be here, then it works there. Okay, and I'm just wondering as well, commenting this guy out. So if we don't even initialize it and we click on play here, what happens then? Do we still get it not in that spot? So I click escape here, we click play. It does not exist yet. Interesting. Okay, so this initialize book control, and we do all of these guys here. It almost makes me think you would do it twice, because that has worked in the past, where if you set it twice in the initialize, but I'm not too sure. If we click escape now, just double checking here to make sure that that fix doesn't work. Okay, we just make a new guy. Okay, that's all good to go then. What we'll do here is initialize the game controls, and we should be able to do this. Let's see. Oh, hold on. I think I know why. We have to first set it to be this guy here. Then it goes. I think if we set it before, that'll work. So we set it before, and then in our home screen guy here, if that works, no. Okay, I thought maybe, perhaps, possibly, perchance, we have here game setting change layout position, and we change the layout position here. So that's what makes me wonder. Initialize game controls here. We also have here initialize game controls. So initialize game controls, initialize book controls. It almost makes me wonder if we go ahead and remove this guy here, possibly, because we are setting it here too, if it does not already exist. And our settings.type.game.book, this layout position here should already be top left, if I'm not mistaken. So let's see here. Settings, our game should be by default bottom left, actually. Interesting. Okay, so this guy should exist as bottom left. So if I click now play on here, what do we get? Let's see. We click on play, we then click on escape here, and we get you as top left. How odd. Okay, and I'm just curious to see as well if we do control K here, so we do set settings here, and we only do initialize, does anything change at all? Just double checking here as well. We click on play here, it runs everything here. Okay, so we go ahead and initialize it, and then we save the settings. So my question then becomes, for this game control here, why is it the case that our change layout position, okay, that's okay. What we'll do then is we will see about maybe moving this change layout position to here. What happens if we move it here instead and remove this guy here? We then save this here, and if we click on play, does that at all fix it at all? We click on play here, and then we go ahead and do escape here. Nope, okay. And next thing I want to try doing is in our home screen here, I would like to, after doing all of these guys here, I want to do utility, utility, utility dot, and then change test layout position. So let's see, change test panel. I would then like to set this to be a variable of 0. And let's see, dot emit, panel dot emit. I want to see if it works outside of the function. So if we call it from the outside, does that fix it at all? So if we run the function and then run it again here, does that at all modify it? That's what I want to know now. And it does not. It doesn't, but if we go ahead and do the change here, then it decides, yes, I want to work and move you up to here. How odd is that? Interesting, interesting. Okay, well then, my question then becomes, maybe it turns into a case of changing it upon opening and closing it or enabling and disabling it. That's to say, maybe what we have to do is go back into our closest game states. I don't think we need those anymore. We go back into here, we change the layout position here, but really what we need to do is that upon showing, we set the position to whatever the position is. That might work. So what we'll do here is we'll change the initialize back to our bottom left here. We'll also remove these guys here. So we'll remove this here. So, oh, not remove, but I mean show. Show these guys here. And then what we'll do is, upon doing our set settings here, I'm wondering if we do show, and upon doing show here, we do show here, and if it is processed to be true, I'm hoping maybe that if we do set settings here, or rather, maybe we do update settings. So we can do here, for example, here, function for update settings. So function for update settings, so UPDATE, update settings, SCTTINGS, update settings. What I'm thinking is that if we do void here, we can possibly set this guy to be whatever these guys are, since at least in here we're in the game, but I'm thinking we have to move this guy to here, but I don't know. We have set settings, which initializes it, we hide it and we clear it, and then we do these guys. So it makes me wonder, update settings. I'll go ahead here, move you to be here, and then we'll copy you here. So on set settings, we do this guy here in update settings. And then I'm curious to see if we do update settings here then. So we do this guy here and we do that guy there. How does that work at all? Does that fix it in the slightest? And let me get some tea here. Tasty, tasty. With that said, now if I click on escape, oh, that seemed to have fixed it. Interesting, isn't it? Huh. How odd. My only worry is that it'll lag the game out since it's in processing. But I mean, is there a way to check like game like, oh yeah, there should be, I think, right? There's like an FPS thing, I think, in here. Settings here. Is there like an FPS we can check engine tools maybe? Toggle full screen, reload current scene. Is there like an FPS we could possibly see? Keyboard shortcuts, check latest interactive shell. No, that's not it. Pause. Yep, no, not there. There's gotta be like a variable tracker. Nope, that's not it. Screen CRT effect. I do think that's cool how we can make it feel as though it's like an old game. That is not neat. And debugger at the bottom, you can use the profiler. I see. The thing is, I don't use this option often, but I'm wondering if maybe they're running 24/7. So debugger, okay, and then we have our profiler, okay, and then we do start possibly, right? And then I don't know what's good though. That's the thing. 17 frame ticks, physics ticks, all of these guys here. If I then close this guy, open this guy, is this at all changing it? It seems to be the case, maybe, that the frame rate drops as soon, I don't know. Is it better if the number is higher or lower? I might just have to check this and you'll have to check process time. Process time here, right? Undo this guy here and then undo this guy here. So this is process time, right? 16 milliseconds, and then we undo escape here, so it's not checking it anymore. I don't think it's making a difference, because this guy here would check it. This guy here would check it. It's 16 to 16. If we go into the game then too, this is the game running itself. Now it's at 15 still, 16, all of these guys here. I click on escape. It doesn't seem to be lag dropping or lag spiking. It goes to like 14 for like a second. You're at 60 FPS, I think. I would not be able to tell you. But I think the graph at least lets us know that we aren't, that it's not lag spiking, right? I think that is at least something we can say, is that no lag spike. I don't know what that is, but no lag spike in general is going on when you're in the game, at least on this computer. And the 16.6 and FPS per frame is 60. Yes, I see. Lovely. Okay, at least we solved that in the sense of the running the physics process every frame is not a bad thing. It seems to be tolerable. So the good news is that now we'll go ahead and save this guy here. That way we can have the changes saved. And then we'll go ahead and make sure this guy here. And did you cap it at 60? I have no idea how to do any of it. So whatever setting it is by default is the default setting. Or does Godot do it by default? It must do it by default because I've never touched the frame stuff. let me go ahead and make sure this is a backup of working on edit screen, and by default it's uncapped. I see. Interesting. I'm guessing then you would change it by going up to the settings and like scene, project, and debug and all of these guys up here, maybe? Let me go ahead and close this guy here, so save that guy out of here. With that good to go, with that all said and done, now we can move on to the main guy, which was that in our options menu. So in this guy here, the max FPS is in settings and project. I see, hold on, project settings. We have FPS here, FPS, max FPS possibly. I see debug settings here. We have projects, general, and then application, and then run, oh, I see the run. I saw the run, FPS, run. And then we have, oh yeah, it says a max FPS has been set to 0 at the moment. That might be helpful for when we do get into, what is it called, like optimization. But at the moment, the max FPS is set to 0, which I'm guessing it means uncapped if it's set to 0. Let me go and close this guy here. So now we are in our little control hint guy. And the hope now is that we have to assign it to a certain guy specifically. What we'll need to do is we'll need to have a signal for changing the book outline or the book position as well as our UI. And just coincidentally then that it hovers around 60. Interesting. I know. Oh, actually no. I don't know computer spec stuff. I know my computer itself is like moderately okay. Not the best, not the worst. So I hope is that I would get a good experience if the game does lag or not. So that's interesting that just naturally 60 FPS. Oh my, let's see here. With that said, we'll have our control hint panel, and what we need to do here is for our hint control, this guy needs to be modified to be specifically one thing and the other one. And that or some external program vsync. Maybe vsync? I have heard of vsync before. I don't know what it does, but maybe vsync is involved. Let's go to our utility guy here. So utility. And what we'll need to do is have two functions. We will need a function for, now, yeah, it feels too regular for it to be coincidence. You know, I'll save it for later to check. Godot 4, 60 FPS by default. VSync is a curse. Hi, Noi. Welcome back in the stream. Welcome back in. I hope your day's been wonderful so far. Godot 4, 60 FPS by DEFAULT. 60 FPS by default. And could be just limiting itself to the model refresh rate.
Ruddy 3 just
words I don't know about. And
hydrate.
hi, Rudy. Welcome back in the stream. Welcome back in. Hydration sure can do. And VSync. Vertical sync is basically capture FPS to refresh. Oh, yeah. So what the memo member said then. Let me get this tea here. Tasty. Yeah, that could definitely be it, I think then. Let me click on that guy there so I can save that for a little bit later. We'll close this guy then and click on Twitch here. Should be good to go. Should be able to see everything. And welcome in the stream, by the way, Rudy. Welcome in. So what we're going to do is have a signal for our UI. And now VSync actually does not cap in a model refresh rate. I see. And it can introduce input latency, but reduce screen tearing in high-speed games. Oh no. Technical things. Let's see tutorial here. And NSync. Oh no. Oh my, we have here debug. I'm looking for specifically our menu signals here, and let's go here to signal. And what I would like to do is I would have a signal for SIGNAL. We have change test panel. I would like to do a signal for change, and instead of test panel, or actually no, it's fine. We'll have here for change, and it's not going to be test panel. Instead, it's going to be, or no, this is fine. We'll change here our, let's see. Book controls panel. So book controls panel, PANEL. So we'll have change book controls panel here. And then we'll also have a copy guy here. And we'll also have not only change book controls, but also change player controls panel. So PLAYER, change player controls. And then what we're going to do is we're going to remove this guy. Hold on, let me do just Control Shift F to find this here. And then I'll remove this. We'll change out our test guy to be their player controls panel. That'll be what is tested. So we'll just very quickly click on this guy here and change this guy to be here. We also have this guy here, which is change test panel. That is fine. We'll have here in utility, just making sure. And this guy here is change book controls. So just make sure that this guy here is player controls instead. And could you elaborate? And VSync holds the screen from refreshing any pixels until an entire frame is generated. While deactivated, VSync will update pixels from top left to bottom right as soon as the computation is done. Or slower reacting monitors can lose the screen tearing and ghosting. Would that be like a case of dealing with like shaders then? Since I think shaders, isn't it shaders runs on GPU and then the game itself runs on CPU, I think? There's a small difference. I see small difference. I think there's two different things. Let me go ahead and save this guy here. What we'll do then is we will have a hint box or control guy here. So our hint controls here. This will have the option of being what we use for the, what's it called? Yeah, but it does the holding back by limiting the monitor's refresh rate. let's see, okay, save you here, and then we'll go into our guy here. So our options menu screen, we have our hint control guys here. What we'll do is that we have an enable here, we have a set options for our options hint control box here, and this set options here. So upon our set options, we're going to have two of these guys here. Our option hint control box, that's going to be, I believe, you here. You are, yeah, our options hint control box. We have here set options, so our new layout array, and then we have the available guy here. So what we're going to do is we are going to change, or we need to update this guy so that when the UI is selected, it changes it updates it. So wherever we are on the screen. So what I would like to happen is that when the button is clicked or when the option is selected, that's when we can update it. What I do here, and I know it, is that we have bottom here. So we want this guy to be top left. We want it to be top right. We also want it to be bottom left. We also want it to be bottom right. These are the 4 options the player can choose to have their input assigned to. There is also then this control screen that is assigned, but we don't have that anymore. That's old code. So we can go ahead and also remove this control screen here. Instead, what we can say is, how can we do this? How can we do this? Instead, what we can say is type. Let's give it a type instead. So do @export var, and we'll call it instead our type. And then we'll do here our control screen hub dot type. So dot type, here type, and we'll set it to be by default equal to control screen hub dot type, and then we'll set it to be by default to be actually none. I think there's none. There's not none. None. There we are. None. We'll make a none. We'll go back to here, set this to be a none by default. That way, if it is none, we know something went wrong. So we'll save that guy here, go back into now our hint controls guy here. And then what we're going to do is on options hint layout item selected, we're not going to do if not control screen. Instead, what we're going to say is to match the type. So match our type. So whatever type is matched. If it is the case that it is a control screen hub type of, hold on if I copy this guy here, if it's this guy here, and we'll do this guy here. So if it's control screen hub type dot player, it's going to be something different. So I think I can do here dot, and then we have game. So game here, then it's going to be pass, and then we'll also have on here a book. So if it's game, that there. So we have game, and then we also have book here. And then what we can say now is we'll remove this guy, and then we'll do utility dot, and we should be able to do change layout. And it says player controls here. Let's make sure that this guy actually is a game control. So Control Shift F and Control Shift replace. And I want to make sure that this player controls is not player's controls. It should be game controls because that's what it says here. So game controls, G-A-M-E, game controls here. And we'll replace all like here. So that should hopefully work. Game controls, replace all, refresh here. That should be game controls. I don't know why it didn't do the thing. Control Shift F. Fine here, yeah, but you didn't change. I guess it changed everywhere else. So we'll make sure that this is game controls here. And not in Godot, and vsync limits. Let me save this guy here. Utility change game rate panel here. And we'll do dot emit. So dot emit. And then this guy here will take our index. So index will go here. Index. And then what we can say here is copy you. And if it is the case that it is type book, then we'll change the book index. So I'll do here book. And I believe this guy here should be everything we need. So on options, hit layout item selected, we emit either the game or the book. That should be fixed. And if we do that there, we go back into here. We have our hint control guy. I would also like to make it so that we can change the name of the label. So let's go ahead and also allow that to be updated. We have here possibly back into our hint control box guy here. We should have a label. Yes, we do. And where's our label at? Label here. Yes. Let's go ahead and also make sure that we access this unique name and allow it to be set. So on doing function ready. So I'm doing function underscore ready. Upon doing ready, we're going to take the label name, new label name. So we're going to do here, truth be told, that there. We'll also do here at export var, and we'll do here label underscore name. So name here, and by default, it's going to be label. So we'll just do a string here. So we'll set this equal to a string. We'll set this to be label, label. And then on here, what we'll do is we'll grab our control hint panel here. So our layers guy here. We'll make sure that it is our on ready. So I'll just separate these two guys here. Then we'll go ahead and save this guy, copy it, paste it here, and do dot text. And we'll make sure that the dot text equals our label name, whatever the name is set to be. Then we can go back to our control screen options menu here. And our options menu, now what we can say is that this guy here is going to be our, if I save it properly, possibly undo this guy, select this guy again. We have, label name here. Lovely. I don't like how it's below though. I would like the label name to be like at the top if possible. It's nitpicky, but it feels important to me. So I just want to put that like there. I like that a little bit better. There we go. Yeah, I like that a lot better. Okay, so With that said, now we just go back into our options menu here, and we should be able to set this to in-game UI, something like that. So we'll go in-game, or how about, let's see, game controls? Yeah, game controls, C-O-N-T-R-O-S, game controls. We'll save that to be here. And what we'll also need to do is for the button that exists here, if it's turned off, then that means that the player does not want to see the in-game controls. And if it's turned on, then it should show something else too. So we can go ahead and also modify that as well. So what we can do for that guy there is we can have for I think just a utility guy as well. So we'll say here in our utility, we'll have a bool for to toggle on and off. So we should have waiting for transition tempo, can show control screen. There we are. We'll have here var and player turned off, player turned off, turned let's see, control hint off. So turned let's see. Player, what can we say? This will be the bool for if the player has turned off the ability to see the hint panel. So I'm thinking at least we have like player turned off hint panel or something like that, maybe. var for player, let's see, player dot turned, or not dot, it'd be underscore, player enabled, book, or yeah, game hint panel, P-A-N-E-L. By default, it's going to be set to true. We'll also, oh, hold on, this needs to be a bool, and then we set it equal to true, so true. And then we'll also have this guy here for not only game, but also, many alsos here. We'll set it to be book, and then we'll grab this guy here, and by default, we'll also make sure that this guy here is set to be, well, actually, this guy's universal. So I think it's okay to keep this anywhere, because this will be a setting that if you're in game or not in the game that you can enable or disable. So it would be nice that even if the player went back to the main menu screen, that this option doesn't get reset. So I'm okay with keeping this true by default and not updating it, for example, when we refresh or reset everything. So I'm okay with not putting it in reset. I think it makes sense to leave it as is, so that the player disables it or enables it and wants to go through the different games or different levels. If they enter a level, they have to reset the setting, is what I'm saying. And I don't want that. I want it to be the case of if they disable it, it's disabled. And then what we're going to do is we'll go back into our options menu here. And lastly, what we need to do is in our control hint screen here, our book controls here should have a type, possibly. It does not, which is A-okay and fine and dandy. What we'll do here is do a var here. And what we need to do is that if this guy is visible, so how do we see if it is visible? We have here our book controls and our game controls here. So in our process here, what we need to see is our game. Oh no, this does it here. Lovely, it does it here wonderfully. So if utility.current game state. So this would be where we would update our game controls and our book controls. And what we'll say here is if not utility can show controls, hide or do that there. What we'll also say is, we would need to show a thing of like, if, or match the bool to be the case of. So what I'm thinking is, maybe this can be like a match case, possibly. Maybe. Because that guy does show and false. This guy here would be where we kind of modify things at. So what I'm wondering is, if not utility can show. So this guy here is the ultimate true or false. If it is the case that it is not to be, or if it is the case that it's here, what I'm thinking is, and it might be funny or weird, but let's see. I'll do var here, and I'm thinking that player toggled, or player enabled hint, player enabled hints, and it's going to be an array, of bool. And then what we'll do here is set it equal to, and we're going to set this to be utility dot, and this is going to be to do, let's see, this is going to be player enabled book hint and game. So we'll copy this guy here, copy you here, and then we'll go ahead and do you here, and we'll set this to be here, and that will be there. And then this will be not book, this will be game. So we'll do game first, then book, so game here. And then what we can say is that if it is the case that the game controls have been set, then what I'd like to do is we have update settings here, which should do all of these guys here. We're going to do a function here, and we're going to do a function for set game controls underscore VISIBILITY, set game controls visibility. Then we're going to drag all of these guys to here, and we're going to do you here instead. So you go down there, and why is that angry? Oh, I see, void. Void should go here. So we'll set this to be void here. And then what we're going to do is we're going to do a match here, and we're going to set this to be a match of player enabled hints. And then what we can say is that if it is the case that both are true, so we have true here and then true here, TRUE, 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 it's going to be something and then pass here. And then we could also do this for the rest of them. So if it's true, true, or true, true here. And then if it is the case that it is enabled for false, that's why I'm thinking maybe this is the easiest way to do it. That maybe 4 of these guys here, because they're going to be different. So this one will be true, true. Then there's also false, false. So we'll do false, false. So if they're both false, so false, false. And then we have here as well that this is true. And then maybe this is false. So this will be our guy here, or maybe false, true. I'm thinking of doing it this way, but I'm not sure how I feel about it quite. And what we'll do here as well now is that if it is the case that the player has not enabled hints, then we can also go ahead and hide our screen. And we'll do a function here to make things a little bit easier. So we'll do a function here for hide screen. So hide hints underscore hide, HIDE underscore hints. Hide hints, we'll make this into a void function as well. So we'll do hide hints here, subtract that guy here. And so what I'm thinking is that if not utility can show controls here, we hide the hints. Otherwise, if it's the case that both of these guys are not visible, then we can go ahead and hide both of them here. So both are get hidden. Otherwise, if it's the case that the game controls is disabled, so if the first one is false, then we can go ahead and hide the game control here. That would be hidden. And then also here, if our book controls are hidden, then we would also do it here. So that would go there, that would go there. Otherwise, what we're going to do is, let's see, we're just making sure, yeah, false, false, and then this guy here. So then we would update the settings, and this is where we now set the game controls visibility, and this is going to be true. So we set that true there, and then once we add in the other ones, this will be where we would enable and disable the book controls. So I believe this should work. This is the case if these both are enabled. If it is the case that only one is enabled, so we see here we have book control, so if the first one's enabled, this also would go here as well. That would be there. I believe that should work out fine and dandy. Lastly, what we would need to do is to update the toggle of it, which shouldn't be too bad as well. From here, what we'll have to do is, in our control screen here, in our guy here, options, hint controls, what we'd lastly have to do is do that checkbox button at, and what we'll do is we have to check the type of the checkbox. What I'm going to do is let's see, not access a unique name. I don't think it'll be needed. We'll just go here to our signals, and on being, let's see, toggled. So toggled here, we'll do connect. We'll connect it to our box here. So on our checkbox button hint being toggled, we will check the type, and we'll set it depending on the type. So we'll go ahead here and do match, and then we'll do match type. So match type here. And then if it is the case that it is controls, screen, controls, control screen position, not position. It's going to be control screen utility, actually, control screen hub. So it's going to actually be this here. Funny enough, it's going to be this here, match type. And instead, it's going to be this guy here. And if it is game, then we go ahead and set the change game controls, not that there. It's going to be player here, so player enable the book hint panel, and we set this to be this guy here. This isn't going to be book, this is going to be game, but I can see that, so I'll just modify this guy here, and we'll set this to be here, and then this is going to be not game, but book, so we'll set this to be game. Game goes here. And hi, Tamiki, welcome back into stream, welcome back in, and hi, Voltic Ace, welcome back into stream as well, welcome to you, and hello, Eris, how are you? I'm doing wonderful. It's been a lot of fun doing programming. That's the thing, it's like, once you get in the groove, it's great, but when you can't find the time to get in the groove, or can't find time to sit down and do things, that's the tricky part. Imagine if I could do this like every 4 hours every day, how much progress we would be able to get done? A lot! But this is just finding time to do it. But I'm grateful and I'm glad that I'm able to at the very least, work on this once weekly, since I stream working on the game once weekly. So even if I don't have time to work on it outside of stream, at least progress is getting made. We'll do here for this, and this needs to be set to game, so the game will get disabled or enabled here. And by default, these checkboxes are also going to be set to true. And when the game loads in, we also need to set it depending on whatever the game is. So I'll go ahead. This should be, let's see, keep button pressed on. Let's see, toggle mode, button pressed. Yes, this should be set to be on by default. However, when this guy enters into the world, so upon doing your ready here, what we also need to check is our utility for whatever the current option is. So what we actually need to do is, let's see, on checkbox toggled here. I believe we should just be able to do this guy here and set this to be toggled. Or hold on, set options should also be here. That guy then would be, let's see, set options here. And then this guy here would be you there. And we need to do on checkbox toggled hint here. And we would do our whatever our bool is. And the question is, what would our bool be? Yes, this would be where we would have to check our guy. So let's access this unique name here. Let's then go down here to do this guy here at export var, actually would be, or no, on ready var, this is fine. we'll drag this guy, drag and drop you, and usually, actually, these guys are supposed to be above, so we'll set them to be above right here, as that's how I usually order them. So we'll set this to be our checkbox button hint, and then we'll do checkbox button hint, and then we'll do dot, let's see, checkbox button hint, and we need to set it to be dot, and then we need to see about our toggle. So toggled here, toggle mode. I think toggled here or toggled mode. Toggle mode, I think, is a bool, right? Yes, in true, button is in toggle mode. Makes, if it's toggled. Nope, we need to check to see if it is pressed at the moment. That's what I'm looking for, not toggle mode, not pressed. I want to see the current status of it. So I want to see if button pressed. So if I go back into here and do dot button pressed, button pressed. Ah, here we are. This should be the bool I'm looking for, correct? Yes, and indeed. Okay, lovely. So dot button pressed. We set it to be whatever the current guy is at moment. I believe that is the case, possibly. Is there anything else I can think of? We'll just have to see and check. So now let's see. If we go into play, what happens? So we click on play here, and oh, we also need to figure out why the UI is behind our options menu. That's another thing too. We can see that it is in the bottom right corner, right? This is our game controls. Now, if I disable this guy, it should allow us not to see it. And hi, Maximus, possibly. Welcome to the stream. Welcome in, and thank you for the follow. Thank you, and please correct me if I'm wrong in the name. I do tend to mispronounce it. Oh my. If I go ahead and disable this guy, it should then turn this guy off, but it does not. So we know that this is not working in the way it is supposed to. Let's go ahead and do a little bit of a check, shall we? So what we're going to do is I'm going to go to here, we'll go to here, we'll then go to here, and we should be able to do on checkbox button toggle. Oh, you know what? Does our control screen guy even have a, hold on, I think I know the issue. I might know the issue. We have none as our type, so that would be helpful to make sure that this is set to be the game type. That would be certainly helpful. And now that we have the type set, let's see what happens now. So I click on escape. Okay, so disable, enable, disable, enable. And the hope is that if I disable it here in the main menu, and I close this guy here, we click on levels, it should be disabled still. So if I click on escape here, it is enabled, which it should not be. So truth be told, what we actually have to do is, let's see here, we have to go get the types bool, which should not be too bad to do. It's a little bit tricky, I think, just because we'd have to copy and paste it here. So what I'm wondering is, let's see here, match type, all of you guys here. Yeah, I would want to set the toggled mode to be whatever these guys are. My wondering is, though, that is there a way we can, because we've used this match type every single time, and I don't like it. I don't like that this has been used 3 times, this exact pattern, but yeah, I suppose it's okay. We do match type here, and what you would have to do instead is do the button here. So we'd have to do this guy here, and then we would have to change to whatever it is for the utility game panel. So instead, what we'd have to do is not that guy here, hold on, wrong guy. We have to do checkbox.button.press equals here, like this, undo this guy here. We have to then place this here, click on equal here, and this is the pattern we'd have to do instead. So it's a thing of some, I'm not sure if there is a way we can redo this, but this is what we would have to do. Game here, and then this would be book. So let me make sure this is set to book here. So book, I think, would have to be the guy, or book here. And then we'd have to do button here, button hint, yep, and this is button, making sure, yep. And then this guy here is going to be to set checkbox. So function underscore set underscore checkbox, C-H-E-C-K, checkbox, set checkbox. And then we'll go ahead and set that here. And truth be told, I think we can get away with making this ready, if I'm not mistaken. So I'll go ahead and set this to be that there. And I think we can go ahead and remove this too, since it should be fine to do. We'll save this guy here then. And now, let's see about if it runs. And we get, let's see here. I click on play, and we have, we have here, click on escape. You can see that it's visible. I then turn this guy off. It's now invisible. We then go to levels here. We're expecting not to have it enabled. I click on escape here. It is disabled. And if I go back into main menu here, it should still be disabled. It is. I now click enable on here. It's now visible here. I'm wondering, why did it look like it hopped down there for a second? That is interesting. I guess maybe the order of operation made it move. Oh, that's no good. I wonder if there's a way to modify it a little bit. It makes me wonder if why did the UI decide to have I keep saying have a bit of have a hop down. Let's go ahead and undo this guy here, save it here, set checkbox, possibly click on play there. Maybe that'll help it not hop down when it's moving around. We set that to be there. Then we're in here. I turn this to off, on, off, and then let's go into levels here. So let's go then into here. We have to escape here. It's off. I then go back into main menu here. It's still off. I then go ahead and set this to be enabled. Yeah, why is it doing that jump? I don't like that. I don't like that one bit. So we need to figure out why that jumping is happening. Okay, well, the thing is, ad break is about to start soon. And to those of you that don't know, and hi, Grox, a little bit of unfortunate timing, but welcome into stream, welcome in. A few days ago, I was taking a walk and I found a kitten. And ever since, I've been having to feed the kitten every 4 hours, and we're reaching that time. So give me like 10 minutes, and then we'll continue streaming. I stream for a total of 4 hours, but considering the kitten's condition, he has to be fed quite often. So I'll be right back. I gotta go feed him. But after that, we will continue. We have a good stopping point. So let me make sure I set the BRB to be this thing here. Let's see. There we go. Feeding. There we go. Feeding a kitten. There we go. So I will be right back, and thank you all for holding on. Oh, it's not even technical difficulties. It's just animal, not even difficulties. It's animal feeding. Oh my goodness. I'll be right back, bud. good to go. I'm back. And hello, abstract Sophie, possibly. Welcome into stream. And yeah, feeding the kitten a family of 4. Could you elaborate a little bit? I mean, recently I found a kitten in the park, and he needs to be fed every 4 hours, so I have to take a little bit of a break. And when did you get a kitten? Like 3 days ago. 3 days ago. I was walking in the park, and he popped out of like a bush. Well, I did say hello to you as well. Yes, indeed, yeah. He's like 2 to 3 weeks old, so he has to be fed every 4 hours. So I have to take a little bit like of a break during stream to go feed him, but he's all good to go. So he'll have to be fed afterwards. But we're all good. And do you have any other pets? I do indeed. I have a dog as well as a bird, which is very surprising. I was not expecting this, but I'm very excited. I am super duper excited. Let's see here. So, available layout positions. We were currently figuring out why the guy snapped, and you'll be a great cat mom too. I've been wanting a cat for the longest time. That's the thing. I want to try my best to like try out the experience of owning different pets. So if it was, I wanted to do like bunnies and everything. But after I had the experience of a bird, so maybe like in 10 other years, I was planning to get a cat. And that was your sign. Yes, it was, and I'm so excited. I'm really hoping things work out. And she definitely didn't catnap them. No, he came to me, all right? It's not like I scooped him out of a hole. Oh boy. With that said, I'm wondering why the position guy snaps down right when the option opens. I'm thinking maybe before we enable the options menu, we go ahead and set the options to be what they are. Possibly, do you think it is? Then he chose you! Like Pokemon. From what I've heard, it's like a, what's it called? The cat association, something like that. Of yeah, I'm ready to stop being an outside cat. I'm ready to go to your house now. You may feed me. Let's see here. I'm thinking we'll have a some sort of setting to automatically position it. And since you have tamed this kitten, does that mean you will stop feasting on human bones? It is. Oh yes, right. Happy Father's Day to all of you that are fathers, and that all of you do have fathers as well. I know you're 5 hearts, but please have a heart. I have never feasted on human bones once. All right. I haven't even feasted on bones before. They're awful. They're too hard to eat, and your teeth disgusting, I tell you. Well, maybe she's like, I eat bones to begin with. And about me too, trying to get a girlfriend, put some cat ear accessories. Feed me. Oh boy. Oh my. I'm wondering here if we'll have to go to our control hint panel group here. This guy. What I'm thinking is, we'll have to send like a signal to not add panel, but like reset the position of it. And what did I walk in on? Hi, Fractal. Welcome in, stream. Welcome in. I was just talking about how recently I found a kitten while I was on a walk. It's a very young one, and it has to be fed every 4 hours. So I just came back from like a 10-minute break to go feed him. But we're back, so we're back to program again. Truth be told, even with that explanation, I still don't know what I've walked into. Oh my. With that said, I'm wondering, we need to have this guy change its position upon updating. Yeah, we need to have this update its position, our control screen guy. We need to set a signal or do something of the sorts to say, hey, actually, the option screen has just been enabled, so go ahead and update the position. So I'm wondering if we need to do update settings here, possibly do this guy, set settings here, yeah, and then we need to see here, if visible, game control show, we have update settings, yeah. So what I'm wondering is, if we need to have like a function to do like a update settings before, and nothing better than the arrows on a Sunday night. Hi, Malphobet. Welcome back in the stream. Welcome back in. Well, oh yeah, you can ignore those errors. I don't know where they came from, but they're not mine, all right? We'll do utility dot, utility dot, and then we'll do dot, and then we'll do update, 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 and then we'll say control screen, controls underscore SCREEN, control screen underscore POSITION. We'll do dot connect here, dot connect, and then we'll set this to be the update. And that it was. Hi, Nima. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in, and welcome back to you as well. Let's see here. We'll do update settings for this guy, and then we just need to do dot emit. And what I'm thinking is we'll send out a signal before we show the option screen. That's what I'm thinking at least. So then if we go into this change game controls panel here, we'll then go ahead and do a signal for here, and then we'll set the signal to be update control panels, position screen, all of that guy here. This guy isn't empty, you don't have anything to add to. So then we just copy this guy here, save it, and then we can go back to our guy here. We'll then copy this guy here. And what I'm thinking is in our options menu, hopefully by doing this before enable, I'm hoping it'll work. So I'm thinking utility.update screen controls position.emit. And hopefully that will make it so that our guy won't be bouncing around when we enable and disable it, as hopefully it'll update itself right before it's shown. So hopefully it won't give us a weird look to it. So if I go ahead and click on here, and then I go ahead and click on here, and then we click on here, we should be hopefully able to see when I click on escape, and we should see our game controls. You can see it in the bottom left there. Actually, you know what? We can see at the top left, it does not update yet. Okay, that's good to know. We can see all of these guys here. Right now, we're dealing with the toggle on and off, but this guy here should be updated, which is interesting to see that it does not do the thing, but that's good. It lets us know. So what I'm wondering is, what do we need to wonder? What do we need to do? We can save that for later. Let's just work on the toggle on and off first. So if we toggle this off, it turns off. If we toggle it on, it turns on. And what I wanted to see about is if we do this guy here, then I click on escape here, we set it to be enabled, it moves. That's what I'm not too happy about. I would like to change it so that it doesn't do that movement before we toggle it on. And I'm wondering if there's a way to set it so that it does it automatically as soon as it's added to the screen. And I'm wondering why, when we enable it, why it decides to move itself. I thought adding this here and updating the control screen position would fix it, but it is not. So it makes me wonder, where in the game itself is it not moving? And what I'm thinking is that what we can do is, on our option hit control panel guy here, when it is enabled, let's see here. There should be a thing of like, oh, you know what? Actually, we could possibly do, when we do our checkbox here, when we send out the signal, and we do on option to hit layout selected, and we do the true and false. So when we do it down here, what I'm thinking is we can do and set this guy to be here. So we go ahead and update the screen position here, and maybe we do it here as well, maybe. And then let's see if doing it in those two places updated it at all. So if I click on play here, do that there, and then we do this guy here. So toggle off, toggle on, toggle off, toggle on. We'll toggle off again, then we'll go into levels here. We'll go back to here, escape, toggle on. No, that didn't fix it. It still has that little shimmy shuffle. The thing is, it's like, it's not required for the game to work nicely. I'm thinking, at least, what we'll have to do is make the visibility 0. And that way, it'll automatically be enabled on the screen instead of true, false, true, false. We might just have to modulate it. I'm thinking possibly. Which I don't like the idea of doing, but that's the only option I can think of that might fix it. So let's see if modulating it works instead. So we're back in here into our control screens hub, and I'm thinking, and she's throwing big words at me, chat! Modulate! We have here our guy and our book controls here, and what we'll go ahead and do is there should be like a, oh, there's not. Oh, that's no good. That's no good at all. What if we go into here, possibly? We go into you here? We do have our control hint panel group, so I guess we'll go ahead and do some sort of function here for modulating. I'm surprised that the control screen here doesn't have a modulating thing, but it's okay. That is a-okay. We'll do here for our control screen a function, and we'll do here a function for hide panel, hide p, or hold on, we'll be calling this outside, so HIDE, hide panels, hide panels. We'll do a void here, and then we'll do a function here for pass, and then let's also do one for show. So function hide panels and function for show panels. So show panels here, and then with that said, we'll grab our modulation here. So we should be able to do control hint panel. So control hint panel group dot, and we have to make sure we do this right modulation. I think it's going to be self-modulate. The color applies to the canvas item. It needs to be modulate. Dot modulate. So modulate equal, and then we do color dot white. I believe it's going to be white. And then also here, then we would need to do color dot transparent. So we can just copy this guy here, do this guy here, dot color dot transparent. We also need to make sure and double check that this guy here, the mouse, is set to be ignore, which it is. So we're good to go there. Now back in our control screen, we're here. And now if we're in our control screen hub, the hope is that we would have to do game controls, not hide, but we have to go ahead and do hide panels here. So we would do this guy instead. We do hide panels here. This guy would be hide panels. This guy would be hide panels. Then let's see, became a member. Thank you, Fractal Rider, for becoming a YouTube member. Congratulations, and thank you all over again. Hold on, let me see. Is there some sort of message happening? I don't believe so. So welcome in all over again, and thank you to you as well. Let's see here. Next up, we have game controls here. So in our initialize, we'll have to do here is do hide. Remove that, it'll be hide panels. And then what we have to do here is for our show, we'll have to do show, and fellow game dev here. Love the vibe. Oh, that's lovely to hear. The thing is, it's like, I enjoy it. And if I can do programming 24/7, I would happily do so. It's a lot of fun to make things and then see about changing them. It's enjoyable. So we'll see here. For our else, what we'll have to do is do if, let's see. If you there. So if this is true, we need to show it. Otherwise, we need to set it to false. So we need to set this guy to be true. So game controls dot show panels. Otherwise, it has to be hide. So else in the little hearts I can see as well. Oh, adorable. We'll do here for show, or we'll do here for hide. So this guy has to be hide or show. We'll set it to be that, the case of that. And I think it's good to go. We have hide here instead. So these guys have been swapped out versus show. I think this will be fine. So let's go ahead and click on play and see if this at all fixes the issue. Maybe, possibly. If we click on hue here, we click on escape, we should see it and it does show up. We hide, show, and the hope is that now it's always visible on screen. It's just hidden with modulate. So if I go into here and I remove you here, we go into levels, we go here, and then we go escape here and we show, okay, we're not getting that jumping thing anymore. So it's no longer jumping. That's good. Hold on. Let me go ahead and make sure we save this as well. No more jumping means I want to make sure we have a backup ready and prepared. So we'll go ahead and have here, no more jumping. So hide / show, visibility, visibility, working here. And we'll do commit here and we'll do save changes here. And the hope is that this little hint guy will show up if we need to use an item or if we can use one. So for example, here we should see, we go into here. If I spawn in an object, so if we spawn in a dish here, it shows up because a dish is enabled here. So if hold on. I can't take controls, physical controls. Hold your horses here. Why can we not take controls possibly? Is there a reason why we can't do our movement controls? Movement's not working anymore. How odd. Movement itself. I'm not allowed to use the movement keys. Isn't that odd? I can use some of the controls, so I can use the book controls, but I can't use the movement controls. Huh. Yeah. Movement controls are disabled. I'm guessing possibly it's a case of, let's see. This guy here, is there a transform, follow viewport, transform here, nope, process here. Priority, physics installation, nope, don't need any of you here. We go into you here, control hit panel. Let's make sure, possibly in our input, and short text context, nope. Mouse, ignore, default cursor shape. It should be behavior, let's see. Recursive, what does this mean? It means that determines which controls can receive mouse input together with mouse filter. I will do disable here possibly. And then we have accessibility here, theme here, nope. We have focus. Focus should be mode none, possibly, right? None determines which controls can be focused. Yeah, this should be none, I believe. Localization, don't need that. Tooltips, don't need that. Offset transform, don't need any of that. Why is it the case that we can't use our arrow keys? Default cursor shape is an arrow. Accessibility, cord, all of those guys here. Let's go into here, make sure that our guy here, mouse input is set to ignore. We then have our input guy here, shortcut context. We have you here, accessibility there, null, in which the parent must be the focus of control to be activated. Okay. So why is it the case that our arrow keys aren't working? They are our controls, but for some reason, they don't want to work. If I hide you here, show you here, you can see that this does work here, so we can hide that guy here. But when we get into the game, but you weren't working earlier. Why are you working now? You know what? I won't look a gift horse in the mouth. Let's go ahead and spawn in a dish here. So spawn in a dish. You can see that this guy here is highlighted. Well, hold on. This guy is highlighted so I can go in and out. And when it appears, it is interact to do. And now the hope is that when I disable this guy here, it is highlighting. And I never ask why something's working. If it might break, exactly. It's working, so we're good. I love emotes. So you know what? Fine, I'll take it. This game control is disabled at the moment. And if I go here, for example, it should be enabled. And I close this guy, it's enabled. We're not disabling it. Then we can go back into our main menu here. It should still be disabled. It is. And if I click on enabled, it should enabled and it should let us see it. So that's good. It is working as intended. Now, the next thing we need to do is figure why, and that's why we don't question the pension funds. Oh boy, you mean make it sound like I'm money laundering or something. Let me get some tea here. Give me 1 second. Tasty, now latency, 0 ms. Perfect optimization. Where are you seeing the MS at? Let me click on here. So, Now it's the case of these guys not working properly. Also, we need to set this to be by default bottom right by default when it is selected. So that needs to be changed too. And the money sure ain't clean. Oh my. What we need to do is for our guy here, we need to make it so it's label when selected. Oh, you know what? Let's first, while we're here as well, figure out why this menu, the screen, doesn't appear at the very top. Why is it the case that it gets covered? You can see everything shows up behind it. I'm wondering why. If we go into our options menu here, so this guy here, we do have a color rectangle, and I'm wondering, maybe this is the reason why. We have transform here, container sizing, localization, there's ordering and visibility, all of these guys here, but I don't see it. And the Z index, if true, no Z index parent. I don't think that's helpful or useful. But this guy here is what covers everything. And I want our control screen to show up in front of it. And it makes me wonder why it's not doing so. If I set the layer to 2 here, as I think maybe that'll help. This is 2, and then I set this guy to be 2 as well. Everything is 2. And I'm wondering if that'll help at all. This control hint panel as well, we can set to be 2. Maybe that can help as well. We have here to be top level. So maybe we make this top level, possibly. If I click on play, then let's see what happens. We get to, let's see. I click on play, and what happens is I click on escape. Oh, it's doing it now. You can see it. Oh, it's lovely. Lovely. Okay, we fixed that problem. That problem has been fixed. Let me go ahead and make a backup here. Yep. Now we have controls, CONTROS controls, visible in menu, MENU. Lovely. Okay, controls, visible in menu. With that said, now we lastly need to figure out why it's the case of that our buttons aren't working when we click them. Why is it not doing the thing? It should allow us to change the UI when we click on this guy here. So for example, here it says bottom, we have top left, and it should modify it and change the guy here. So let's go back into our, I believe, options and control box here. Should then be here, I believe. And what we need to see about is this guy here. On options, hidden layout, or hide layout item selected, we need to do match type. We match the type then to the change games control layout panel.emit. Let's go into here and let's see about oh, also we need to do, upon doing on ready, we also need to see about set checkbox. And in our set checkbox here, so actually set settings, possibly set settings. So set underscore here settings, set settings, and then we'll also make this guy here set settings instead. So set settings here. And what we need to do here as well is we need to have this guy selected to be whatever it is by default. So for example here, this is our game box. So we need to make sure our game box is whatever the current one is. So in this case, what we would have to do is let's see, we need to set where are we at? Our options hint layout index. So our selected to be whatever is the current one. So that's to say we need to do our option hint layout. So options hint layout dot selected, and then we need to set the selected. So selected equals, and this is where I don't remember exactly what we have to do. So let's see, options hint layout selected equals, and it needs to equal, let's see, something UI. I forget the name for it specifically. We do utility here, utility dot. It should be something I think like, let's see, control screen settings, I think, control screen settings. Yep, control screen settings. We take the type and it'll give us the position. So let's go ahead and grab our type, which should be our current type. So type would go here, type would go there, like that. I think that works. So we would set it to be whatever our type is. And since these are both the same types or different types, since you can add that there, I think that'll work fine. And now hopefully when we click on play, it should be bottom left because that is what we start off with, bottom left. So if I click on play here, you can see hopefully bottom. That's not right. It should be bottom left. That is what we should see. And I'm wondering why. And I just tried the demo and it's so hard, probably because I have lots of skill issues. I can say, Temmie, that right now the game is very hard. That's not intended. I don't want to make a very easy game, so this is not your granny's game, but I also don't want to make something that's super duper hard like Osu. So we hope is that it's medium difficulty. Right now, the tutorial is way too hard. So I'm hoping once the tutorial, the tutorial song's way too hard. So I'm hoping once we update the tutorial, we'll be able to go back and change the music so that we can create an easier map. It is hard at the moment. You're not alone. Don't you worry. Well, I can't say it's supposed to be difficult because people who usually type have a harder time slowing down to type to the rhythm. It's supposed to be hard in that aspect, but as a whole, very hard already. So don't you worry one bit. I'm wondering here for this change controls and how do you feel about not having organs and being face pixel model? Abby, where is that even coming from? more organs. Huh? They're talking about the templates? Oh, I see. Temmie. Temmie, eh? Oh my. Ignore me. I have a template character pack, and all of the characters are called Tem something. So we have Template, we have Timmy Plate, Tom Plate. That is where that joke originates from. Oh boy. Let me click on you here, and to enter, we have our change layout position test. Oh my. Gain controls, change layout position, new position here. Our new position would be 3, and 3 is set to be, let's see here, if we go into enter here, 3 is set to be our guy here. So 3 is 0, 1, 2, 3. Bottom right. And hi,
The
Chapel.
_ White Chapel just redeemed hydrate.
Thank you for the hydration redeem. I sure can do. Let me go ahead and get a little bit of that tea. Tasty. Thank you for that one. I hope your day's been well so far. Let's see. So, for some reason, this guy here, current position. Our current position is set to be 0. Or, yeah, our current value, it says 2, which is odd. I'm hovering over it and it's saying something else. And I think it was a tough start, but I'm feeling right. No! Don't encourage them! No organ harvesting has been done! No! It's not true! They're all lies! Lies, I say! Oh boy. We have our current position, which is 2. Our new position is just 3. Let's go ahead and click on you here, and good, make sure you have 50% tip! Ha! And hi, Ears! Hi, chat! Day's fine! How's y'all's day been? Apparently I'm finding out organ harvesting has been done! So, aside from that, going great. But aside from the harvesting not too good. But we're making a lot of progress, so things are going well. I hope you can see the same as well, Chapel. Let's see here. New position is 3, current position is set to 2. So we change the layout position, and this guy gets set to be enter, so step into. Our current position, new position is now set to 3. So these guys should work. We should get bottom, let's see, 0, 1, 2, 3. So bottom right. So we enter here, we have you there, bottom right. So bottom right is working, we gotta feed the cat somehow! He doesn't eat organs. He's not vegan because cats can't be vegan. But he eats a wholesome diet. I assure you. And hi, Paolo. Welcome to the stream. Welcome in. I was laying on my bed and suddenly I hear you screaming from my headphones. So what happened? I got accused of organ harvesting. We know. And I asked when you saw the organs ready. I don't like that plan. Oh boy, we need it to be top left for some reason. It says bottom right here, but I'm wondering. And oh yes, that's a run for the male accusation of the wrong. No, not true at all, I say. And what's wrong with that? Not ethical. Gotta be ethically sourced. This guy here should not be, or this current selected, I'm guessing is going to be 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It should say 5. 5 is the current selected. If we go into home screen here, we go into our, actually no, options menu. Options menu here, we go into our panel container here, our margin container. Is that you there? Nope, it's a spellcasting options. Nope, it should be possibly that there. Options menu, panel container, margin container, latency. Nope, exit selecting panels here, possibly. Where do you live at? Let's go here. If I click here, and then I click you here, possibly. Nope, it gives us Linux window manager, PenQ console. Hold on, hide you there. Click on you here. Lovely. That does help. It makes it really easy to just click everything. And I mean, it can be. They're called organ donors. And I think I'll have a bunch of organs. That sounds like a great plan. Can I help them? No. Keep your organs. They're good for you. They keep you healthy. Oh boy. Right now it says our selected is set to 5. The selected should be set to 3. I believe if I make this 3, for example, here, it should be bottom right. Yeah. So for some reason, our selected isn't getting set to the proper number. That's what I'm wondering about. So if we go into here, it should be the set settings, and we should get selected here, utilities, control settings type. This should be set properly, and I'm wondering why that's not the case. Our options hint layout selected should be set to, I believe, 3. Let's go ahead and print this out and see what we get. So if I do here tab and I go ahead and do print here, let's see what this gives us. I'm guessing it should give us 3, but why is it not giving us 3? I thought we were feeding the cat the harvested organs. No, no, not at all. I mean, that's not a good diet. That sounds not healthy. healthy. Healthy is important. No organs were harmed in the making of this film. Oh my, this number here has been set to 2. 0, 1, 2. Yeah, but this guy doesn't get updated to 2. Why is it the case that the selected doesn't get selected? It says print utility screen setting here, options hint selected here. Hold on, let's copy this guy here, copy you and put you here instead, like there. And why do you put up with will? And oh yes, you will. Oh my. I am worried. You should be. I would run to me. I'm not the one. That's a danger. Obviously a danger, clearly. Oh my. Let's click escape here. And what do we get? We have the number of 2 and -1. Ah, interesting. So for some reason, our options hint layout selected. Do you then get set to be 2? Because 2 is correct. It should set to 2. So if I click on play here, we should see 2, -1, and then 2. We get, let's see here, 2, -1, then 2. We have 2, -1, 2. It's now 2, -1, -1. That's not right. That is not right at all. Why is it the case that this guy here is not this guy here? Options hint selected. What do you think it is? This guy here, it says 2. So this utility control settings is saved to 2. This guy gets -1. We then change our selected to be 2, or it should be, but it still says it's -1. Why is it saying it's -1 is what I'm wondering. Is it a case of there's not enough items in the screen? Possibly in oh my, it's not all the feet, I think. No! But even if he was, nada. No organs. Let's see it. Looks like it's human organs not when you join the community. After hitting the follow button, you automatically agree to the heirs Ezra 2S that you will supply all organs upon any form of death, timely planned or otherwise. Not true. There's no contract. There's no cult. Oh boy. I'm wondering, let's check to see how many there are, like the total that you can select. Maybe that's something a good thing I'm not following. And I actually got to we are selling organs to my cat and said, say, we are donating organs for cats. It'll work much better. That just sounds criminal. Oh my. I'll click on escape here. And what I want to do is I want to click on this guy here. We can see with certainty that if we hide our PanQ console, that our bottom guy here, there's a total of 5. So for some reason, it says the 5 is working, 5 is selected, so we should be able to do 3. 3 should be an option we should have access to, because you can see, -1. I thought maybe, can we check to see how many items there are? How many items there in the pop-up? Possibly we can check, and then we'd have to deal with the US government. Oh boy, well, if my organs go to the real game, I can make peace with that. I wonder how necromancy would work with organ donating, and I'm not really just we can legally sell the organs. No, that's not a cult to begin with, that's the thing. If it were, then that'd be a different story, but it's not, so no organs need to be harvested. Oh my. I'm wondering the set settings. Maybe we have to do this afterwards. So for example, here on our set options, maybe then we have to do the set settings. So what I'm thinking is possibly after we do set settings here, maybe we have to do it again. So what if we do our set settings on our guy here and do set options here instead, and then we do it here? Maybe it'll work instead. So I click on play here, click on that there, and right, not a cult. True, very true, Ave. I don't know where you got information that said otherwise. I think you're just hearing what you want to hear. Oh my, can we click escape now? Does it work? Hold on, we click on input here, click on escape here. Oh, it works, look at that, lovely. Okay, so now we just need to make sure that this guy automatically set to the bottom right initially, as that should be the guy set. Let's go now to our option take control panel. It should be our control screen hub, and in this guy here, we should set it to bottom right, not bottom left. So let's see here, on our change test panels, all of you guys here, top left, you should actually be, why is it top left here? I wonder. It should not be top left. This should be bottom right. Why is it, I'm quite curious and a little bit confused. If I comment this guy out, let's see. Click on play here, then no winks, no linking, and no, we should first by the USA for the government. And we're able to donate! Donate! What? Oh, according to mother. Oh my. It says bottom left still. So somewhere along the line, we're not initializing the game controls, which is a little bit confusing. We have set settings here. Settings should be set. Maybe it needs to be set upon ready. So if we go ahead and copy you here, set settings here. Where are we doing set settings at is what I'm wondering. Control Shift F. We have find here. We do utility.set settings. All of you guys here. Cafe here. We have home screen here. We have universal utility options here. Set settings possibly to be call you here. Ready. We do it in the options hit control box here. Set settings equals there and there and there. We have set settings in control screen hub as well. Where do we call control screen hub dot set settings is what I'm wondering. We do it, or we should at least call set settings in our game, so in our home, as well as our, hi Trina, thank you for the, oh, I see Pala, hold on, let me get the thing here. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs, oh my goodness, and I felt like spending money. I hope not for donating organs, let's be clear about that. I'll try to generous of you, and thank you all over again. I assure you, not a cult, nor organs are being harvested. We're clean and ethical. And why is it saying cannot sell buttons to the console? Could you elaborate? Cannot sell buttons? Hold on, cannot set buttons. It says cannot set buttons, so it couldn't set buttons for here. Not sell, cannot set. And I didn't get it. Unfortunate, but I do appreciate you wanting to get it. That's very kind of you as well. And let's see, I did read everything, I think, as well. Lovely. I'm wondering, are we setting the set settings here? If we go into our home screen, so in our home screen here, are we calling set settings here? I don't think we are. We would like to, no, we are calling set settings. How odd, we call set settings here. I'm wondering, at least, controls hub dot set settings. Why is it the case that it's not setting it properly? That's what I'm wondering, and why is it not doing the thing here? We do this guy here, it says bottom left, that is correct. Bottom left, yeah, okay, bottom left. And then the hope was that if we set it to instead be our, not bottom left, but if we instead set it to be our top left, so we change the layout position, set it to be top left instead, this should work. It should hopefully work in theory. You know what, actually, what if we do, well, this does our game controls, so we should have our game controls. Let's go ahead and click on play here. Let's see what happens when I click play now. It should be top left, because top left is a thing. So if I click on this guy here, it does not say top left. That's what I'm really confused about. We have here initialize game controls. We have here set settings. And I'm wondering why, we have updated settings here. This guy doesn't seem to work at all, which is what I am confused about. We have hide panels clear, do all of those guys there, initialize game controls there, you there, you there. I'm wondering, maybe if we remove it and put it in somewhere else, so maybe if we do it here instead and put you in set settings here, change layout position here, and then if we click on play now, let's see what happens. Click on play now, click on this guy now, we get bottom left, which is not true. We want this guy to not say bottom left, we want it to say top left. So where are we running into this function at? Why is it the case that you don't want to do the thing properly? We have here our control guy, and it seems to be the case of set settings, change layout position. Bottom left or top left is, let's see, no description available. We go into enter. We then have here our current position. Our current position is set to 2. Our new position is to be set to 0 because top left is 0. You can see top left here. Right now, the current position is 0, 1, 2, so bottom left. So we're looking to make this guy here. Now, the question then becomes, are we seeing, or I can't even see, you know what? I think that's the case. I think it has not been allocated yet, or all the controls haven't been set, and that's why. So maybe we have to make a signal. I think that might be the case. We have here members, all of these guys here. For our current control hint panel here, I want to see about, hopefully, here and here. We go into you here, our H box here. We go into our margin container here and here. We go into labels, all of those guys here. Where are we seeing, like, a control hint panel group? I see. Okay, let's try making a signal then. I think that would be best. To make a signal for after all the guys are initiated or initialized. After they're all initialized. So if we go for our control screen hub here, what I'm thinking is, because we have here update settings, we also here have our initialized game settings and all of those guys here. What I'm thinking is we'll have to do set settings. So we initialize our controls here upon doing everything, and then we have to do set settings. And I'm thinking what we'll do here is do utility and change game controls panels here. We need to do update control screen position. Nope. We need to do utility dot completed or update control screen position. Updates control screen might be a little bit nicer, maybe? I'm wondering if we go ahead and, just as a quick check, if we do here set settings not in there, but in update position. So update settings here, and we do update, let's see, here, update settings. If we do it here instead, what do you think? Does it work then? If we click on that guy and set that guy to play, how does that work out? Does it work out fine? We click on play there, we click on mute there, we click on escape, bottom left. Okay, and it's kind of working now at the very least, right? It's now doing in the top left. It wasn't doing that before. So it might be a thing if we need to do set settings. So I'll grab this guy here. We'll move you back to where you were because you were game controls here. And it makes me then wonder if we do set settings here, maybe update settings here, possibly. We do set settings down here. Does that at all fix it? Set settings here. There's a lot of space going on in this area, so let's also remove that space as well. We'll then go ahead and click on play here, and hold on. Did I miss something? I don't believe I did. Yeah, okay. Hi, trade, thank you again. How sweet of you. What, huh? What is it doing? Hold on, stop running for a second before Godot decides to crash on me here. Let me click on the open guy thingy here. Let me then slide this guy up a little bit more. The little emote is adorable. Let me slide you here. We should be good to go there as well. Let me click on play. Try this again. Why did it give us a lot of prints is what I'm wondering. Well, I'm a little confused. We're running a lot of prints. Yeah. Huh, an output flow print less? Yeah. Why are you printing so much? Oh no, Godot might just crash out, right? Oh no, hold on. Give it a second here. Oh, you know what? Maybe because it's updating constantly? Maybe? Hold on. Let me give me a second here. Let me get a little bit of tea. Tasty. Alrighty. I'm thinking at least we update the settings once, and if the settings have already been updated, maybe that's what we can do instead. So like a var, and if initialize settings, so INITINALIZE, if initialize settings, so settings here, then we go ahead and do this guy here. And if we have not initialized the settings, then we go ahead and do this, is what I'm thinking, possibly. So then we'll go here. We'll go for a var here. Var here. Var, and I gotta go see y'all. Thank you for stopping by, Timmy. Thank you for chatting for a little bit, and thank you for not donating your orchids. Very important. I point that out and bring attention to the fact. I hope the rest of your morning, afternoon, evening, orchid night is lovely. Thank you all over again. Let's see here. A var for also, this feels new. The UI look to it and everything. How interesting do you think? And, yes, thank you for the I said none of that. Oh man, I said none of that at all. Initialize settings, it's going to be a bool. We're going to set it equal to false here. And then we set it to true. So we set this guy to false, and then we set initialize settings equal to true. So we set it equal to true. And that way it only runs once, is what I'm thinking at the very least. So now if we go ahead and click on play, hopefully it doesn't run multiple times. It should only run once. And then do we get multiple times? Why are you running multiple times? Hold on. Click on this guy here. Is it maybe looping itself? Possibly? Hold on. Well, it can't loop itself because it's, we set it to true. So why is it deciding to do like a big old loop is my question. Well, let me get some more tea and think on it for a second here. Let's see. Tasty all over again. I'm wondering then, is it here or update settings? Yeah, set settings. Aha, oh, I got ya. Hold on. We'll do this then. Instead of that, we'll do this. There we go. That way it does not loop, possibly. Initialize settings equal true. Try that out instead. Give that a go, Godot, and see how you feel about that one. Okay, good. It only runs it once. We click escape now, and it's ran twice, bottom left. Yeah, but you should be top left. Why are you not top left? How odd. Okay, hold on here. Let's go ahead and set this to be top left. Possibly we go here. We then go ahead and do you here top left. And I'm just curious to see now if we click on play, it should only run once. Why does it say it's running twice is my question. I am quite curious about it. We click on escape here. It is bottom left. So something is certainly up. The order of operations is not being played correctly. It seems to be. I thought doing it here would work, but it didn't. So it makes me wonder almost if we should go ahead and do. Maybe if we put it here instead. Hold on. We'll do you here instead, have you come inwards a little bit here, and then we'll go ahead and save you as an indent here, possibly. And then why are you angry? Cannot resolve class member controls, Why are you angry? If not, set you there. Utility control screen settings. I'm confused on why you are angry. We'll remove you here, and that works. But this guy won't work. Does it work now? Okay. All right, fine, sure thing. You do as you feel, I suppose. We click on escape, it's still bottom left. So it's nothing to do with this initialized settings idea, which is unfortunate. I was hoping that it would allow us to have the position. So it's somewhere along the lines the order of operations not getting set, and then it's either not getting set or it's getting set differently is what I'm guessing. So I think just all in all, we're going to remove this initialized game controls. And then I think what we'll do is at the very start of the game, we will grab whatever it is currently. And we'll also set whatever the default is. So I'm thinking at the very least we can have here when we do all of these guys, add controls, all of you here. Once the controls get added, I'm wondering then if we'll want to make the options hit control box here. So this guy here, maybe upon initializing. So we're in here on checkbox on set settings here. I'm wondering, yeah, upon doing our set settings, why is it the case that selected doesn't do what it should do? We have here for set options, and set options does its thing quite well. So we do set options and then we do set settings, but our options doesn't seem to be it doesn't seem to set in the right spot specifically, which is super duper odd. I'm going to do then maybe, in our cafe or in our home screen, what I'm wondering is if we go here to our home screen, we do control screens hub set settings. If we just remove this, it should not create anything. So that set settings are, yeah, that there. And hi Jaxus, welcome in the stream, welcome in and welcome back. Hi Eris, how's everything going with the tutorial? It certainly is going slowly but surely. I can't say that one. It's been enjoyable though. I'm having a lot of fun. I'm wondering if for our control screen set settings here, what if we then do utility dot, and then we go ahead and do utility dot update, or we do rather control, or rather it's going to be player, right? It's going to be game here, change games control panel, and I'm thinking then you would do change game controls panel dot emit here, and it's going. I see, it always is. We'll do controls here, control screen here, control screen, and then we'll do here dot and position here, so dot position, and I'm wondering if we do top left here, maybe it'll work then. So top left will go there as the default setting. What if we set that to be top left? How does that work then? We click on here, we click into here. It is not top left. That's what we're running into at the moment, is that we can't set the default setting. By default, it's setting it to bottom left, which is not what I want to do. And I'm wondering, why is it setting it to bottom left when it should not do that? That's the confusing part at the moment. Why is it not doing top left? And what I'm thinking is, at the very least, is there a way we can set it automatically to be whatever we want upon starting it? So for example, here in our options menu, in our hint control here, is it possible we can set it to be like bottom left by default? So here, oh, actually, no, I take it back. I thought maybe the size changed the thing itself, but no. Is it because it gets set and drawn before ready? That's what I'm thinking. I thought that, but it's the thing of like, if it's the case it gets drawn and set before ready, I did it here after ready. So I thought, at least in our control screen hub, in our ready, so in our home screen, we set it, we make it here. So we do it here. We create everything and set settings. So I thought by making this guy go here afterwards, and hi Hydronics, welcome in the stream, welcome in, and hey, I'm using earplugs due to anxiety, but I'm here, welcome in the stream, welcome in, and anxiety is no fun, I can't say that, and I hope you're able to like, relax here a little bit, and not worry about the, I'm guessing maybe overstimulating sounds possibly, but welcome in the stream, Hydronics, welcome in, I'm grateful to have you here, despite the anxiety, and the fact that earplugs seem to be helping is also very nice to hear as well. Let's see here, I'm wondering. Our set settings is what's modifying everything. And well, I'm just afraid of death, so what are we up to? Oh my. I'm looking at our control screen hub set settings here, and I am trying to figure out why it's the case that we can't set the settings to be in top right, bottom left, and oh boy, let's see here. I'm going to do you here. And I'm really confused about this. Let's see about control screen position top left here, and game controls change layout position control screen dot position top left. Why is it not top left? And it sounds like a different type of tea. Earl Grey, perhaps. I actually have some tea specifically set for allergies because while I may want a kitten, my body does not agree to accepting said kitten. It's the duality of men, truly. Positioned dot here, and why is it the case that our top left, possibly? Top left here, control screen position dot top left, game control, yeah, utility dot utility dot, or actually control screen hub dot set settings, and then maybe we do control screen hub dot initialize book settings game controls here. I'm wondering maybe that'll work instead. We go here and here. This guy then gets set, and then that guy here, and then that guy, and then we're out here and we're here. Top left, if we click on that play, then what happens there? Let's see. I click on you there, and I click on you there. And then we get, let's see. You here. Bottom left. Nope, that doesn't work. If anything, it just makes it 2x time. And hi, Disco. Welcome to the stream. Welcome back. I hope your day or more insert time zone here has been wonderful so far. We'll go ahead and click on this guy here. Initialize game shows. Yeah, I can't do that. Cats has to be hairless with something super short hair. The thing is, I've been taking like allergy shots very recently. Like I had to do like 2 weeks and then 1 week, and now we're up to like every month, and it's supposed to be like a 5-year program. So I think had I not been taking the allergy shots prior to this, it'd be an entirely different story. First time I went to a cat cafe, which was like a few months ago, I could not breathe. But you know what? To go out surrounded by adorable little creatures, I'll take it. But I'm doing far better now. And I'm hoping by the time the allergy shots are gonna be, allergy shots would have been great like 20 years ago. The thing is, they might not even work. By the time 5 years ends, I might not even be tolerating cats. Right now, it's just 24/7 allergy stuff, but I'll take it. I will 100% take it for that adorable little creature. Let's see here. Control screen hub set settings. I'm wondering for this guy, at least, at most, a small buff. Debuff, and I need your blessing, huh? Hardonics, I'm not quite sure. You mean just well wishes, or I'm not too sure. Let's see here. Control screen hub set settings here, and let's see here. Input swap to menu here. Yeah, on options press, hide options menu. I'm wondering at the very least, cell manager loaded, can control screen guy here. Now wish me everything works fine and I remain alive. I do indeed, Hardronics. I truly do. As I said before, anxiety's still fun, so I hope you're able to get to like a safe space where you can relax for a little bit and just not have to worry about outside surrounding things. I 100% truly. It's a little bit hard to explain as like doing things and stuff, but I do. And does safe space. Indeed. Let's see. That said, control screen hub here, set settings, reset universal variables. I'm just wondering, maybe we have to do some sort of signal somewhere. So after it's set up, the issue is that once the game's running, so once everything's created, we're here. And I'm wondering at the very least, here-wise, we do this guy here, we do this guy here. Game controls. Once it gets created, my idea was that it does it upon opening. We would check and set it to be the case of, but I'm not too sure if that works, because I'm thinking at least when you first open up the options menu, you grab whatever the current default guy is. That's what I think might work. And oh, you know what? Hold on. I think I know what it is. Utility, hold on, utility here and utility. If we go to here, control screen setting, tub height, nope, I take it back. I thought it was here, control screen settings position. Maybe instead what we can do then is fill this guy in, possibly. What if we do here instead, control screen hub dot. And we set this to be dot, and we set it to be type dot, and then we set this to be game here. And then we set this to be control screen here, and then control screen dot position, and we set this to be dot position dot, and then maybe if we set the game position to be top left, possibly, and then we set this to be game, and this is going to be our book. So the book will be by default bottom, possibly. So bottom here, there we go. Okay, and save this here, and save this here. And with that said and good to go, let's see. I'm wondering, is this going to work now? We click escape. Oh, I think I fixed it. I think I did it. Hold on. Okay, that's lovely. We set it here then. Okay, hold on. And then what we need to do is go to our home screen here, go back to our set settings here. We can go ahead and remove this position here since it's not needed. Oh, this is lovely. Okay, and then our utility, we go back into utility here. If we change this to be, for example, bottom, I believe, or no, bottom's not a thing, so we would have to change this to like bottom, top right. How about top right? If we set it to be top right, hopefully now I click on play, top right should work. Let's see. And as I'm getting a little bit of tea here. Tea has been consumed, tasty. We have here, you here. It is now top right. Lovely. Okay, so it is doing the thing now wonderfully. So now we have to worry about top left. So top left here, top left. We change it here. We'll save this guy, and now what we're going to do is, I'll go back to here, let me do a backup here. So we'll do here, let's see. I'll do a backup here of, if I can read this properly, we should be able to see about backup here, and then, we'll call this our UI semi-functional, FUNCTIONL. So UI semi-functional, we'll commit, and then we'll sync changes, push, do all of that there. And now, what we need to do is figure out why this little guy here won't update and change when we modify it. So we need to figure out, if I click escape here, I want it to be the case of when I click on top right, I wanted to switch them to top right. For some reason at the moment, it's not doing that. What I want to check first is to make sure that this little guy here, hold on, let's make sure that this little guy here, and ooh, games, how fun! Hi, Chipper Hippo! Welcome in the stream, welcome in! Indeed, right now we're working on the tutorial, but in order to work on the tutorial, we need to be able to show the player what buttons they can use. So you could call, I would still call this working on the tutorial, but we're taking like a side quest, so to speak, so that we can let the player choose where the hit menu pops up, if they wanted the top left, top right, things of that nature. That's, oh my! And hi, Kat! I don't know if you were in here earlier. Kate! Hi, Kate! Welcome in as well. I'm not sure if you were in here earlier, if I'm just misremembering, but welcome in X2, if so. Let's see. I'm wondering now about this guy here. I'll just very quickly hide the Panku console, and we should be able to click on our label hint, or not label hint, our guy here for our control hint panel guide. And what I'm wondering is at least this guy here. So our hint, if I go back to input here and we go into our control hint panel group, what I want to see about is why, what did I want to see about? Oh, yes, I remember. Our game controls. Game controls, it's set right now to top left. I want to see the type. What type has it been set to? There's no type going on here. We have our, yeah, this guy doesn't have a type. And our, hold on, close this guy out. I'm wondering at least, because that's how we're updating it with the button. So if we do here and here, and we go back to here instead, our label guy, upon updating it, so upon updating our button here, we should be able to click on the signal, I believe. Yep, and on options, hit layout selected. This is what I was looking for. So our type game, this guy here. So we have game here. This guy should be changed. So I'll click on play here. We'll pause this guy. Then let's see about going to this guy here. And then let's see here. We have you here. We have then top left. So if I then click on top right, now let's see what happens. Utility.changeGameControlPanels.emit with our index. Our index has been set to 1. Let's go ahead and do step into, and we have index is set to 1, so our new position is set to 1. We then do GameControls.changeLayoutPosition. New position should be set to 1. 1 here we should be able to see in just a second here as we do game controls, new position, all of that stuff here. 1 should be 0, 1, top right. So we have a new position, current position. This new position should become our current position, but for some reason, it's not updating. So we have new position, current position, that gets updated, so it does work there. We then set our offset ratio, so that should work out. All of these guys here do their other things here. So it is getting set, so why is it the case that this guy here, it left right? This position is not getting updated, and I'm wondering why. I know we can go to our control screen hub here, and I can say, upon doing our guy here, there should be like a ready function, yeah, and then change test panel update settings. I'm guessing that maybe here for our guy, our control screen hub, we have like a function for initialize game controls, set settings, update settings. And my question then becomes, oh, hold on. I think we have to change the type. So our book control settings here, and depending on the type. So our book control settings here has a type and a current type. Yeah, okay, hold on. Our type here, none, game, and then book. And we have here our current position. We have to set this to be type. So let's set it as a type, and then I think we'll be good to go possibly. And oh, I did read that. Lovely. So let's see. What I'm wondering is if we have to do set the offset ratio setting. Hold on, let me just double check here. I think we have to update it to with this guy, because the good news is that it is changing. It's just not modifying. So top left here, top right. Yeah. So we have top left. Fast forward this guy here. It says top right, but it did not update, which was my issue. So here we have, upon doing item selected, we do this guy here. So where are we using .connect at? If I do Control-Shift-F, we do .emit and we do .connect here, change test panel. So we do change test panel only here, and I see. Got ya. Okay, hold on. in that case, we have to do a function here for updating our panels. Lovely. Okay, so we'll do this guy here, and then we'll do this guy here. We have to then do change game controls panel. So game controls. So game CONTROS. Change game controls panel. We'll then change this guy to be change change game controls. Change book controls here. From there, we'll set this to be at 7:59 seconds. Hold on, how fast can I do this? You there, then you go here, like that there, change game controls. We then need to set this to change book control. So book, B-O-O-K, book control panel here. We then copy to be here. You go there, there you go. And this is going to be book here. So then we set this to book. Book controls panel gets set here. Good to go. Okay, now let's go ahead and close this guy. Refresh, click and play. How can we do this? I don't know. Click and play here, 40 seconds. We're okay, we're fine. We click on that, Now when we click play here, why is it angry? Why are you angry? Change key controls, you there, dot connect. Why are you angry? Utility, change book controls panel dot controls. That would make sense. Hold on. Let's go ahead and click on that guy here. Save, go ahead, and then we'll go ahead. Go ahead, I will click on that there, and then you there, and we get you, top left, top right. Okay, doesn't work. That's fine. We tried. We'll do the ad break now, do some stretches, and then we'll be back. Now, you don't worry if you get an ad, nothing will be done in that time. Oh my. Well, I tried. Can't say I didn't try to speed run, but it didn't work, unfortunately. Let me get a little bit of tea here. I have a little bit left. Tea has been consumed. It's a little hot because it's getting I have like I think a few more sips left. It's getting hot because the heater is thingamajingy. If you heat a very small amount of liquid, it gets very hot. Oh my. Well, that said though, let's do some back stretches since I don't think we did that. We did neck stretches earlier, but not back stretches. So let's give those a try. Let's start off by going to the right slowly but surely here. And if you hear anything break or crack or any pain or any discomfort, call a doctor. Call a doctor. Call a doctor. Call a lawyer. Don't call me. I should not be held liable for anything. Don't your own transgression. So go slowly here to the right. And then we'll go ahead and go slowly here to the left. And do you do all the art and assets and things for your game as well? I do indeedy. I do the music, I do the art, as well as the programming. Indeed. I can say though, 100%, I did not intend to do the music. I didn't realize that in order to make a rhythm game, you had to know how to make music, as you know, learning about beats and BPM, that's pretty important. And you do the music too, that's awesome. Indeed, I had to learn music in order to make this game. So it's another thing of, I hadn't planned on doing it, but I'm glad. I've always wanted to learn music, so this gives me a boost in that direction. So any music you hear in the game is indeed mine. And I'm not sure if you know as well, triple, hold on, if I do exclamation. Oh, that's not exclamation. Exclamation NECROTYPE. There we go. Yes, indeedy. There is the itch on the game at the moment, so there's music there as well. And I can teach you music stuff if you wanted someone to bounce ideas off of. By all means, send me your ways. Are you? Hold on. I could do exclamation DISCORD, or you can just message me. My name should be as it is here. I don't plan to do music this second, but I do need to go back to it since currently the game version smiles. I do music too, indeed, Hardonics. I am super duper excited to get back into music, but the issue right now is that my memory not too good. I'm doing so many things that I forget, for example, just scales and notes. I'm trying to get back into music slowly by first learning how to read sheet music all over again. Well, if you ever need help, let me know. I sure can do. You're very, what's it called? Multi-talented. You're multi-talented, Hardonics. It's always lovely to see. You're like a triple threat, so to speak. Let me get a little bit of water here, and I'll show you whatever you want. Thank you. Let me get some water here. Tasty. I can say that beforehand, when I was just starting out with this game, I got help from a retired music teacher, a retired music teacher, and he gave me private lessons on just the basics of music, which was super duper handy and super duper helpful as well. And I'm grateful, as I don't know if I would be at this level of music knowledge had it not been. We did like mini challenges and made different music. And you know what? Actually, ad break is about to end. Let me see if I can pull up the music I'm very happy with. Nice, and we can talk, but I don't remember anything about reading sheet music. I see. I've learned best with sheet music. I've learned that it's easier to understand and to read. Let me see. And welcome back from the ad break. Welcome back in. I'm pulling up some music as we speak. Hold on. Okay, music, my music. Yep, I got 14 tracks here. If I go ahead and mute this guy here, hold on, click on that guy here. And then I enable this guy here. You should be able to hear it if I do. Let's see. This one here. Can you hear it? You should be able to hear it. The thing is, like, I don't want to speak over it, but we'll put this in the background. There's a few of them that I've really enjoyed. We'll put this up here. And yep, is it too loud or are we good? Are we good? And yep, I can hear your music. Oh, thank you. Let's see. I'm wondering, game controls top right, why is it not the case? And it's good, thank you. Let's see, top right, bottom right. I'm wondering, why is it not working? If we go in here, well, 14, that's pretty good. Thank you, CE. Thank you. Yeah, there's a lot of practice done. So I did a lot of things, and I want to get back into it very soon as well. Let's see. I'm wondering if we do, change book control panels, change book controls panels. Why? Oh, no, let's book, game, and then I got 118. Oh my! Yeah, you got a lot under your belt. Oh, nice. One day, hopefully, I can inspire. Oh my. Let's see. There was that one there. There's also, hold on, this one here. I like this one. Let's see. If I do process, and then we do hide controls, I'm wondering about specifically, why is it not appearing? And do you have your music somewhere as well? Oh yeah, that's a good question. Let's see. If I'm wondering about process, I'm wondering where it goes and why it's not showing up or it's not modifying. I'm wondering, change game controls here, and it's nice, thank you. Let's see here, game controls, book controls, new position. Let's go through here, and then let's see, I'm wondering, and it's the same way you USL. I use, what's it called, MuseScore, MuseScore for my music. Let's see, I'm wondering, click on escape here, top left, change it to be here, top right, and then, I have both of them on your YouTube. Well, since someone did ask, Hardronics, feel free to share the link as well. And I have stuff on Spotify. Oh, how fun! I used to improvise, record music in FL Studio. I've heard good stuff about FL Studio, but this is the thing of, I don't think they have like sheet music, which is the thing, which I enjoyed a lot of. Let's see, change layout, and then, there is game controls, change layout position. Okay. The last one here is this one here. This is the last one. And you're still loading. And are we hearing your stuff right now? Yep, you should be hearing it. All that you're hearing at the moment is my stuff. And Japanese music? Yep, feel free to. Hardronics, someone did ask, so feel free to send them. And I'm also curious as well. Let's see. Game controls. Is the music too quiet then? If you can't hear it, Chipper? Game controls, change layout position in here. Thank you. Hold on. I'm gonna save this for a little bit later. Let me click on the left there. Thank you. Let's see, game controls, change layout position. I'm wondering, this changes the new position of our game controls layout. Why isn't the guy modifying or updating the guy here? Game controls, you do that there, you do that there. Where do we do the name at? Game controls, we step into here, and we step into change layout position. It should be our game controls, if I'm not mistaken, control panel layout. And then we do new position here. So why isn't it updating it when we modify it is what I'm wondering. If we do here, change game panel control position, let me go ahead and try doing a function to running the test position and see if we can do it properly there. So let me click on this here. And that is the last of it as well. And FL Studio has a piano roll, which looks like piano notes. Yeah, I've learned that piano roll, it's nice, but I like it when I can see the actual sheet notes. That's the thing. And let me go ahead and click on the regular music, but that's the 3 songs there. And I don't think it has direct musical scores. Yeah, I like it when I can see the notes. That's what I've learned. I tried first using the piano roll. I used a few other programs. We've done a few streams of trying to learn music. And of all the different programs I've tried, of all the ones I've been recommended, sheet music, the best part about sheet music is as well is because I have a piano, if I ever want to try out music or try making a little melody, I can directly translate it with MIDI, which is fun. And then it's stuff like silliness. Ooh, for sheet music, I think, and a lot of people put in MuseScore's tracks as MIDI. Yeah, MuseScore's tracks as MIDI. Yep, I do MIDI. Yeah, you're old-fashioned. Respect. I think I did get taught by an old-fashioned person. And it looks like sheet music. Yep. Oh, I did read that one. Yeah, I think we're all caught up. I think, possibly. I have a musical score. Yep. And you're ye old-fashioned. I see. Oh boy. What I wanted to do was I wanted to open up our options menu here, and then I wanted to change our panel position, and I want to change this guide here to be 0, 1. So 1 here, and it does not change. Change test to top right. Okay, so it's top right. This guy no longer changes it. I see. So our cheese was working before. Now it's not working. Let's see if we can figure out why. There's change game control panels, change game controls panel here, and it does game control, change layout position, new position. So it should change it, but it's not. our control screen hub has our game controls, and this guy here has our book controls, but for some odd reason, it now no longer wants to change them. We have these two screens here, and in this guy here, we should have our game controls and our book controls, and it should here in our game controls panel change it, which is what I'm a little bit confused about. New position, control screen position, and this game control should change the layout position here, and this one here should change it for the book controls. So why is it the case that for our cheats guy here, it says new position here, we do the new position here, and then we do change, yeah. So something here is not working anymore as it was working before. Let me make sure that this guy here does exist, and we do have it. So we have change book, we have change game, new position, and our new position here. So everything should work in theory, but for some odd reason, it's deciding, nah, I don't want to do that. And I'm wondering why. It was working just a second ago, but I'm not too sure the difference. We did, and I might just have to copy this all and undo it, but we'll see. The good news is that there is a backup, but I think I saved it a little bit too early. But the good news is, well, that there is a recording of this, so if push truly does come to shove, I could always just rewatch the VOD on YouTube. So let's see here. Change game controls panel, new position controls screen position here. And I'm wondering, change game controls here, change layout position, new position. This guy here should change the position to the new position here. So why is it the case? And we can also remove that guy there since it's not needed. And I just don't want to work. It do be like that sometimes. Oh boy, Godot always gets so angry, and I'm always asking, Godot, why do? But I never ask, how do? How are you holding up, Godot? Maybe I need to treat you with a little bit more kindness. Maybe that's it. You want to talk about it, Godot? We certainly can. I'm open to options here. Add control, we have set offset ratio, function change layout position. I'm wondering why it's not doing it properly. We have control screen hub here, you here. You here for book controls, you here for that there. Change layout position. Why is it not? It was working just a second ago, but for some reason, this guy now does not want to do the thing. I'm going to do, let's see here. Change Godot, you there. Change layout position, new position, there, update. I want to do here, go back to here, click on play then, and Godot, my mom told me not to talk to people. Oh no. Who would ever do that? That's not that's not a good thing. No, hold on. Initialize game, invalid call, non-existent function clear. Oh, I see. Old function, old on, old function here as well. We should be good to go there. And with that said, close it here, click on you there, click on play, and then let's see. We have you here, and then click on escape here. Okay, and then let's go ahead and do change. And I was hoping to do change panel position. Is it the case maybe that the position's just different? We have here our game position, so this is correct. This is our game panel, so it's doing it properly. Godot's mascot is a robot, so it should be safe from the organ harvesting. Donation operations. Have you ever heard of a series that's called, 50 Fazbear? I believe the robots there did do a little bit of organ harvesting here and there. Not to say that that's a good thing, but that's to say that it has happened in the past. Oh my. Let's see here. Game controls, that there. I'm wondering, our game control screen is this guy here, correct? You are top left at the moment. If we then go ahead and do skip, you are still top left, I believe. If we go back into our remote here, our game controls is still top left. Yeah, top left at the moment. Close here. Did you just mention 50 Fazbear? Maybe I did, maybe I didn't. Who's to tell? We'll go ahead and skip this guy here, top right. So this guy here is top right. This guy here, our game controls. Game controls, members here, does not get set to top right. So the current position does not get updated for some odd reason. Let's go back to our control screen hub here. Let's then go into you here, game controls here. And what I'd like to do is do a game controls and see about its current position. So game controls dot print current position. So printer dot current position. And I would like to do here utility dot. So we'll go ahead and move here and do utilicy dot. So utility dot, no, not even utility, don't even have to do that really. Just have to do print. Print here, you that there, current position. And this will give us a number, but this will be fine. We don't have to make it English. So we'll save this here. Go ahead and close this guy here. All I'm checking for are the two numbers before and after. And we're one step closer to the stream becoming a FNAF chronological analysis. I could never. Oh boy, I told you, I'm not good at recalling history and dates and times. Top left, top right here, 0, 1. So it does get set. It says 0 then 1. So I'm wondering, why doesn't it set properly? Is it a case of that it needs to be changed and updated? So what I'm thinking is, our change layout position here, let's remove this for just a quick second here, do this guy here. In our change layout position, what I'm thinking is at the very least that we do hit here, current position equals new position. We then do our set offset ratio. And then what I think has to happen is we have to update the game in its panels, possibly, maybe. You there, you there, you there. Yeah. Oh, hold on. Okay. I'm thinking we'll have to call this function here. So we have to call update settings, possibly. If utility screen settings is empty, otherwise, the thing is, it's no longer going to be empty. So we can go ahead and just change the settings to whatever the settings is. So we have settings here equal to whatever the control screens are. But the thing is, oh yeah, okay. Hold on. We need to say then if the settings have been initialized instead of if it is empty. If it has not been initialized, then we can modify it. This guy here is checking to see if the settings have been modified to begin with. So I'm thinking at least that because this is a utility, because it's not getting reset or anything, instead of checking to see if this guy is empty, we have to check to see if it's been initialized. So what I'm thinking here at least is var for, let's say control screen still NTRLs, control screen underscore initialize, and hi Clarky boy! Welcome in the stream, welcome in, and thank you for the follow. Please correct me if I'm wrong on the name, but it seems to be a fun name, boy. welcome in. Let's see here, control screen underscore here, and then I'm wondering, control screen is underscore INITINALIZZ. Control screen is initialized. We'll set this to be a bool, and we'll set it to be false here. And so what I'm thinking is, instead of checking to see if this guy is empty or full, we'll just check to see if utility dot control screen here. So we do this instead, is initialized. If it's not been initialized, then we go ahead and set it to be the case. So we do not here, and then we do this guy here. So if not you there, we set that to be, and then we set this to equal true. And I'm thinking maybe perhaps this is what we need to do. And we also need to set this to utility. That would be pretty handy. So we'll set that to be true. And I think then we should be good to go. So let's click on play, try this again. And if we do here, do then our tilde key, let's see, tilde, and then we do, oh, hold on, we have to do escape, don't we? And then this guy is bottom left by default, which is okay. And then we do here, let's change it to be, let's see, top right, so top right. Oh, hold on. The thing is, it needs to be true, actually. It needs to be, this guy needs to be false, actually. False first. So let's go back to our utility here, because the thing is we want it to be set by default to whatever these guys are. So actually this needs to be set to presets. Control is initialized. Let's set this to be instead like a if control screen preset set presets presets set there, and we set this to be false. So if the presets have not been set, then we go ahead and set them. Then we go back into here, and oh, hold on, actually go back into where we were just at. Copy you here instead. Go back into here. So what I'm thinking is, if the presets have not been set, then we go ahead and set our settings to whatever the utility is. Otherwise, we set the utility to our settings. So we do here, but that's what we're doing down here, it's the thing. And that's why I'm wondering, the idea is that if you change your settings in the home screen, we want those settings to then reflect when you're in a different menu. So if you're going from the home screen to the game itself, we want to transfer those settings over. So that's why I'm thinking at the very least that when you swap over to a new area, we want to grab whatever the current utility control settings are. So actually, I think this is okay. We change the layout position here depending on what the utility settings are. So I changed my mind. I think this is fine. I think we don't have to do a bool. Possibly, maybe. We just grab whatever the utility settings are set by default. I think that's okay. So we'll go back to our utility guy here and hold on. You there. Let's go ahead and remove this here. I think that'll be okay. So we click on play now because we want it to be top left by default. And it'll be fine, I think, possibly. So we click on play here. We click wait here. Now, when I click on escape, I'm expecting to see top left, which it does. And now the hope is that if I click on change here and type in change, if I set it to be 1, it should go to top right. And it does not. It should be, now it should be set to top right. That's the issue now, is that it is not getting set to top right. So now if we go back to our control screen here, we do set settings here, where are we using this update settings? We use it here for our utility here. We also do it for here. So what I'm thinking is we'll likely have to do update settings here like that. And then we have to do update settings here as well. And the idea is that upon doing update settings, We then grab whatever utility screen is here, but the issue now is that we have to do the opposite. So whatever our game control settings are for other way around. So that's why I'm thinking update settings needs to be then function 4, set new settings, something like that. Set new settings. And then if we change this to be void like that, then what we need to do instead is go here, do this guy here, this guy here. And I think we just have to do this here. Set this guy to be here. And then we have to change layout position, or no, I think that's fine. And hi, Agape, welcome in the stream, welcome in, and welcome back. I hope your day's been wonderful so far. Let's set the settings to be here. We'll then set this to be here and set this to be equal to our settings. So that would go there, that would go there. And let's see about this instead. And oh, hold on, let me grab that notification. If I click on you here, I should be able to see it. Thank you to all Behind the Fat Tails with Tobias Fontana Sicato, possibly. Thank you for the YouTube subscription, and I'm sure I butchered that quite a bunch. So please correct me if I'm wrong on the name. But welcome in. I started learning Godot today. Really? Do you have a background in programming in general, or you're going in 100% blind? And I congratulate you as well. It's Godot's lovely. Godot's the first ever game engine I've used, so I'm still learning a whole lot myself. This is the second game I'm ever making, and I've only ever made a game first time in 24 hours. And which language is this? I can't speak, can I? What language is this? And hi, Ass, welcome into stream as well. This is GDScript, Godot's native language. It's best compared to Python, so I've heard. I've never done Python before. I've only ever done C++. So let's see here. I'm wondering if we do the set new settings here, copy that guy, and good luck. I agree as well. Or do you mean good luck or good luck? Which one, Paula? Those are completely different intonations. We'll click on this guy here, set new settings here, set new settings here, click on play here, click on save here. Both. I see. You know what? Fair. I can agree. And I have a PHP background, though. What is PHP exactly? And how strict is GDScript with type checking? It's not. The thing is, while you see me type checking here, you don't have to. I like doing it because I like knowing what it is, and I've also heard that it helps with optimization. But for all intended purposes, you can leave it to guess. And GDScript, Godot, yep. This is Godot 4, and I'm using Godot's native language. So Godot has its own custom programming language, which is the GDScript. And, but for website deployment, I see. Well, I can say at the very least, you might not find this helpful since you do have a background in programming, but what I can recommend possibly, now I don't know how helpful it'll be because I think it's more geared towards people who are just starting out with programming in general, but possibly you might find, as I'm looking for the link, hold on, I thought I had this set up. Oh, hold on. Actually, let me see. If I click on you here, do I have this as a command yet? Let me see. Do you have a command? We have that one. We have you there. We have No. Okay, I'll have to do that as well. Let's say, okay, what I wanted to do was I wanted to link something very specific. We have here, that there. I'm looking for discussions. Oh no, I'm getting lost on my own server. I found it. Hold on. Let me click on this guy here. Then let me click on this guy here. And then let me click on this guy. Let's see. Here, found it. I found the link. Visit site. Yeah. Copy link here, and let me go ahead and paste this guy here, and then let me do this here. And hi, Kleenex tissues. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for the follow. What a lovely name. Here you go. This might be handy. I sent it for both YouTube and also Twitch. That there, what's it called? GD Quest. It introduces people to coding in general, but maybe you'll find it helpful for understanding how Godot works in general. Maybe that could be handy. And it's weird. You can store any value in a variable if you don't declare it. Yeah, but you can declare type for a variable, but there are no types of non-exclusive. So stuff like structures are a pain. Yeah, I do miss structs. I can see that, but I don't miss pointers. I don't one bit. And let's see. And it really is Python at home. Python at home. And hey, thanks, of course. Hopefully it's handy. Let's see here. I'm hoping this set new settings works as intended if we're in the game here and I were to do escape here. Now, if I were to do change the position, we're hoping to change this position to be top right. It does not go top right. So something's still off likely. Why is it not set to be top right is now my new question. Let's see here. How can we double check? Let's go then back into this guy here, and for some reason, I thought set new settings would work properly. This is where we would set the control screen settings to be this guy here, and I'm wondering why it's the case. Or, hold on. Game controls change layout position to be whatever this guy is. So this is game controls, and we set it to be settings, and whatever our settings are. So that would go there, that would go there. Possibly. Hold on. Let's click on play. Let's just do a quick old check here to see. And honestly, I think pointers are neat, but they can be a foot gun. I just remember void pointers or your triple pointers, where it's a pointer to a pointer to a pointer. And then you have to make like memory allocation and all of those things. Oh boy. Let's go ahead and click on escape here. I'll then go ahead and let's see, change this guy here. Change panel position here, and if I change this to 1 now, it still does not change to top right. Okie dokie, well then, I would like to do a few things then, Godot. I would like to do a little bit of a check. I want to print out a few things. I want to first print out our settings here, so print out, let's see. I think I have a function for this. Utility dot print, and I think I can do print dictionary, possibly. Then we go for a dictionary node variant, dictionary, and I think, interesting, yeah, I do have a function. Whether or not I remember how it works, we'll see. But I think I can do here, let's see. So we grab our dictionary, in this case, this is going to be our settings. So our settings is our dictionary, then it says our node variant, and this is where I'm not sure about. So let's see, our node variant is, let's see, our node is here, and where do we use our node, our string? We're putting our string into node here. So I believe, yeah, print debug and view. Oh boy, yeah. Oh man, this works. I just don't remember how. Where are we using print dictionary at? Let me get an example. And segmentation and fold, the core dump. And most often not the foot gun. And yeah, because there's a point in your magic that is crazy efficient. And memory allocations aren't the worst part, errors. They are in my but I just remember being haunted. I'd have to wake up and then do binary and translate it, and then I'd have to do, what was it? I forget what it's called. That's because my mind doesn't want to remember. But it's the whole thing where you have to figure out how many to the 4th power or the 5th power, how fast something is, and then you have to figure out the calculation. And just use uphill gradient for paranoid. And I'm trying to learn Zig. I haven't heard Zig before, and Zig is great. I see. Okay, let's see. I'm going to go here, and this is you to there. Oh, I see. Lovely. Hold on. Let's grab this guy here. Copy you here. And we should be able to do this guy here. So it's going to be you there. We're then going to do self. And then it's going to be a case of you are then going to be our key to value. So this is going to be our setting. So it's going to be type 2 type 2 position, so screen SCREEN, type to screen POSITION, type to screen position here, and then we're going to set this to be our key name string. So this is going to be our, let's see, screen type, so SCREEN screen type, and then our value name is going to be position. So we're going to call this here position, POSITION. And if I do this properly, I should already then have it formatted, form-fitted. So I then only have to click on this guy here, and we'll be able to see the settings before and after. And let's see. So I can grab the settings. Oh, you know what? I can also do this here. Not only can I double check these settings, but I can also check our utility settings. So I can do utility dot, and then we can see about doing our settings here. So let's see, set settings. What do we call it? We call this guy here, just double checking here, utility dot control screen settings. So we can copy this guy here. I want to see the before and after printed. So we'll do this here. We'll do this here. I should then be able to click on you here, and we'll copy the settings of this guy here, and we'll set this guy to be our type to screen position, and we'll say this is our utility. So we'll do a little bracket here and do you, hold on. Actually, let's do utility, I think, in the front. So we'll do here, hold on, UTILITY, utility, and then we'll do a little minus guy here, utility there, and the other guy will be settings. So I should just be able to do this guy here, and it'll print out both of our dictionaries in a formatted way. That way I don't have to worry about modifying a lot of things to read and to debug. Hopefully I made this tool properly and it'll make things really super duper easy to read. So I just click on escape here. We then go ahead and change it to our top right, and we'll get a lot of things going on here. So let's see. When we try to do it, we have type to screen dictionary. So our game, so our control screen hump, there's two settings. What's it called? There's two dictionaries. We have the universal dictionary, which is our utility dictionary, and we have our local. You know what? Actually, I'm gonna do that. Let me change the name of it to make things easier to understand a little bit here. And I've come to Zig from Rust, so I'm just enjoying the feel of Zig. Let's make this guy instead. Let's do this guy here. We'll set this to be our local dictionary, so LOCAL, local, and I'll set you to be local as well, so local, LOCAL. So you're local, you're global, GLOBAL. This is global, this is local. That's the difference here. And the issue is that whenever we update, we need to either update our global to local or our local to global. And why we need to have a local versus a global is because whenever we change scenes, everything gets reset unless it's in the global. So the idea is that while you're in the current scene, look at the local or update the local. But when you swap back and forth between scenes, you want to look at the global. So now if we click play, let's see a look and then get everything. The hope is that all of them are synced though. That's the key. So if we click on you here, click on top right here. Let's see what we get. We get this guy here. So these are dictionaries we have here, as I think I can make this guy a little bit bigger here. Oh, that's obsidian. Godot here. There we go. Grab this guy here, grab this guy here. These guys should be matching. So I can click on this guy here, make it a little bit easier to see, likely, hopefully. Make this guy a little bit taller here, possibly like that there. We can make this guy go downwards, I think, a little bit more. Yeah, but hold on. That height doesn't actually need to be that. It needs to be this height here. There we go. Hopefully that makes things easier to see and to look at. So we have two dictionaries here. We first have our local dictionary and then our global dictionary. And this is before we do our changes, and then this is after we do our changes. So our local and our global all over again. So locally, we have the screen type 1 and 2. This is always going to stay the same. What we're really looking at is the position. So we have position 0, 5, and this guy here is 0, 5. That is to be expected. So then this is 0, this is 5, and then this is 0, and this is 5. So they're matching. The question then becomes, what's the dealio? We have here 5, which makes sense, our position here. The position is supposed to be, as I make this guy go down a little bit more, and I can close this guy here. Position is our guy here. It's going to be control screen position. So that 5 translates into 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Bottom. That's what it's saying. And if I go back into you here, we go back into, let's see here. This guy, and we see about our screen and position. It's going to be the setting here, which you can see. So it's going to be type to position. This guy is, oh, hold on. We don't want bottom though. No, this is right. Bottom left. Bottom, oh, hold on. Control screen position bottom. Yeah, hold on. Is that right? That doesn't sound right. Our settings should be type.game, control screen position top left, I believe, right? Top underscore left should be the starting point, top left. Yours top left. Let me just double check here. Something seems a little off. Hold on, top left. We go all the way up here to just double check our guy here. This should be top left and then bottom. You should also be top left and bottom. Let's close you now because, hey, that's right. It should be, yeah. Okay, let's click on this here. Let's click on this here. Click on play just to make sure that wasn't an issue and why it decided to be a little angry. So you click on here, you click on here. You should be top left, top right then. And the top right should be 1. That's what I'm hoping to see. And that's what I'm not seeing here. This should be 0 and then it should change to 1, but it's not ever changing to 1. And that's where I'm getting a little bit confused at. So this guy here should change itself. And, you know, actually, we'll do here as well, utility, tility dot, and we'll do print here, debug separator. This guy here to make things hopefully a little bit easier to see when it comes to the debugging messages. So if I click on that there, I click on that guy there, it should hopefully give us like a line separating bit to make it easier to see. So yeah, this guy here means that it's the other one. So what I'm wondering is why it's the case that this guy says top right, but it's not getting updated. That's what we need to figure out. So when we change the game control settings, we have set new settings here. What I'd like to do and see about doing is, why is our set new settings and change the settings here? So I'll remove our set new settings here for now, at the least. We'll click this guy here, also make this enter here and enter here. That way it's a little bit easier to see. Let's then click on play here, and what do we get? Let's see. We click on play here, we're in this guy, and we get this guy here. We then click on top right, and we get 001. So nowhere is it being set. So let's go ahead and see if we can fix that. So our game controls here, we do change layout position, and our change layout position should then update the settings. So I'm wondering, at the very least, where do we update our settings? We update our settings, let's see, this guy here gets updated in a few different places. So our settings here, whole word, match case. Let's go down here a little bit. So our settings gets updated in update settings. We set the controls there, and then we set the controls to settings. I see. Okay, hold on then. I think I understand. What we need to do then is that we're never interacting with the settings. So we're never setting the settings, which we need to do. So what I'm thinking is, in our set new settings here, as opposed to our update settings, what we have to do is we have to make sure our settings is whatever the guy is currently. That's to say, what we do here is possibly, not only do we change the new layout position here, we have to then grab our settings. So settings would go here, I think. We do settings here, and then we would do U here. We would do our type, which in this case is going to be, let's see, control screen type. So control screen CONTROS, control screen hub.type. So hub.type, type, and we set this equal to our new position. So this is equal to our new position here. After that, let's see, new position. Now, why are you angry? Oh, right, that's not going to be type, is it? It's going to be type.game. There you go, type.game. And then after we set the settings type, then we can go ahead and now set the new settings, since the settings needs to be updated, or the utility now needs to be updated. And then we grab whatever settings. I think that's the case. And that's a lot of indirections for settings. Yeah, something's off here. I just want to get it working first before we can figure out how to tweak it. But I think this might work. Set new settings. So you change the layout position, you get to set the setting here, and then you do this here. The good news is that all the updates should happen here. So if ever it breaks, it's all in one spot. I think this will fix it. So now if we click on play, we get the total of, let's see here, this guy here, we click on escape. Now if we do change, hopefully it should move now. One, it does! Take a look at that! Oh, that's lovely! Okay. Not only do we want this guy to change, we also want this guy here to also be updated, depending on what it is. So if possible, I'd like this control hint guy to be updated depending on what it is. So one more thing I want to do. I want to add a utility print function or somewhere else to update it when it gets changed. So this guy here, change layout position. I would want to do something here like, well, also, before we do that, before we do the thing I want to do, and I redo hydrate, I sure can do. I can have that little bit of sliver left of tea that I have. Let me do that. All done with tea. Thank you for that routine, Chapel. Thank you. I want to see if we don't do the control. We do top right here. We do bottom left here. We do bottom right here. Take a look at that. Isn't that lovely? Okay. And the hope was that now it's in the bottom right. If we then go into the level, we want it to stay bottom right. It's by default top left, but if we're in game, it should be bottom right still. Oh, lovely. And now if we go here to bottom left, and we go back into the main menu here, it should be still bottom left, which it is. Isn't that neat? Okay. So the last thing I want to do is just for our consideration, I would like it to be the case of, if we do our update guide, I would like this to be modified, or in the sense of, right now we have like a, what's the word I'm looking for? We have update control screen position. I want to have a bool for update position based on panel. I would like to do that. So, good news is that now we can get rid of this guy here, we can get rid of this guy here. And all we should have to worry about is this here. So there's three things. You have to change the layout position, then you have to change the type. So this guy here should just be this here, and then you would just do the book layout position. So game would go there, and then we would do game here, we would do book here, so book would go here. We then would do book controls here, and that'll be that there. That'll be the difference between those two guys there. And now that that is set and that is good to go, as these guys here have to be swapped around. So I suppose update settings, set new settings. This is the only thing that changes, so probably what we can do is and I wonder as well, our game controls change layout position, settings equals type. Do we even have to do that? Can I just do this here, possibly? Maybe game controls change layout position, that guy there. Hold on, let's see. If I click on this guy here, then I click on this guy here, do we even need that function, or is it just a line of code we can do? Top left, top right, and then we have bottom left here. Nope, okay. So we're good to just do that there, bottom right. Let me double check. Let's go into here. I click on escape. Yes, okay. So we didn't even need that line of code. Good catch, Paula, good catch. So let's see. I'll remove this guy here since we didn't need to set new settings here. We'll just remove that guy here, save that guy here then. And with that said, that set new settings can just become that there. That goes there, that goes there, and this then goes here. Both get set to be there. That's fine. It gives it all in one spot. And I don't think we can merge these two guys together because this needs to change and then this guy here would need to change. We could probably merge these two guys. It's not too important, so I won't refactor it, but maybe, you know what? For now, I'm satisfied with doing like a to-do, see about combining. So we'll do here a function here, and we'll do to-do, combine into one function. Let's see, F-U-N-C-T-I-O-N. Combine into one function for now. What I want to do, one more thing, and we will also make a backup here just in case, is we will say controls functional. So C-O-N-T-R-O-S, controls for book, no, controls visible, and controls visible and what's it called? Customizable, C-U-S-T-O-M-I-Z-A-B-L-E. Controls visible and customizable. We'll click on commit here, we'll click then sync here. Should be good to go. And with that said and done, now, I just want to see about making it so that if we do run our update in code, so if we do want to have that function running, I want to have a way to do our control hint panel here and have it update. So what I'm thinking is, at least, that should we do all of these guys here, what I would like to do is on options, item, layout, index all of those guys here, I would want to do set settings here and do it depending on the, what's it called, option hint layout selected. So what I'm thinking is at least we can have a function here for update options hint layout. So update utility or update options options UI. I think that would be a good idea to do, or options hint UI. Update options hint UI. So I'm going to do here a utility for function right here. So we'll do utility dot update 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 options 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 hint underscore UI, and I guess UI. That feels weird. We'll do dot connect, and then we'll do here like an update. I think is called update configuration. We have here set settings. So we'll do here set settings. Set settings here should be good to go. Set underscore set underscore settings here should be good to go there. And then hold on, that would go here actually. And then we should just be able to do this guy here, copy you here. We'll then go into our utility here. So utility here, and then we should be able to grab, or set it rather, in our ghost customers. Nope, tutorial, nope, spellcasting dish, nope, screen, calibration item. And part of me now wants to make a game where all the functions are in Oh my. Oh, that'd be awful. Let's see here. Spellcasting signal, customer progress. Anything that here like that does menu. Control Shift F. Menu possibly, or Control F. Menu. MENU. Hey, the ball is in your court. Do it. And hi, Shadow Fantasy Studio. Is it? Welcome in the stream. Welcome in. And been away for a month. So curious to see the progress since last time. Well, I can certainly say most of everything we've been doing for like the last 2-ish months has been super duper slow. But I can show you. Have you been keeping up to date? Or you said like a month ago. So you do know that we're doing the tutorial, right? So have you seen the beginning of the tutorial being done? At least I can ask that. And if so, then I can show you what progress has been done indeed of the tutorial. And wait for next programming language that will be made by Hardronics in the near future. Coming to you soon, right now. Oh my. Well, the menu here, and what I'm looking for specifically is there a match case whole word? Let's see, match case here, not match case. I'm looking for specifically anywhere in a menu here, scene signal screen here, menu skills. This is what I want. We'll do this guy here. Signal, I want to do this guy here, and then we'll just do this guy here, and then I want to go into our cheats menu super duper quickly, just so we can keep it updated. So cheats here, we'll go into cheats guy here, and then upon doing our change panel position, we'll do utility dot emit, and we want to just do, or dot this guy, then dot emit. So dot emit. And my hope is that this guy will update the UI, and then my body is willing, but my mind is weak. I'm not strong enough. It will. Oh boy, and I don't think it was near done or usable before. I went in a month of medical treatments. I see. I hope you have a medical treatment, so maybe a swift recovery. That's I hope words. I'm glad to see you're back, and I hope that everything went well and smoothly. And I think I'm an old 8K bits. Oh, dear, I see. I'm not good at names. That does ring a bell. That does indeed ring a bell. And yes. Oh my. Okay. Very quickly, I want to see if this guy here, if I now change this guy to be you here, and we move it, it's now top right. Okay. So now this guy also updates if I update it with the cheat. That's all I wanted to do. Bottom left. Okay. So let me go ahead and show you what the tutorial has been up to. So now in our tutorial, we have this guy here. So you'll start here. The game will prompt you to use your arrow keys, your controls, and you'll have to go behind the counter here. Once you're behind here, you'll then be prompted to only hold Q. You'll hold Q, you'll go through calibration. So calibration has been moved now to here instead of the main screen. So the player will be forced to do calibration. And now, a good news is as well that the player can now customize their calibration if they want to reset it or change it. I plan to add a way to change the calibration here in the menu as well, but that'll come a little bit later. That's not teleported at the moment. Once the player has finished calibration, now we're here. This is where things have been getting a little bit tricky. So now that we're here, the idea was to show the player how to grab objects off of the shelf. Since we needed to show the player how to grab off of the shelf, we needed a way to show that they could go to it. So now there is a system to highlight things when you're near them, when you can interact with them. And so this is why we've been working on a way to show when the player can interact with something. And now, hopefully, at the very least, if I go into our menu here, anytime you're near an object now, the interact thing will pop up. So now it'll show you when you can interact with something. That was the hope. And what kind of Elohim? I am not a bad person. Oh my. Oh boy. Not only can the objects highlight, but the customers do also highlight as well. If I go ahead and spawn in a customer here, we go ahead and spawn them in. Customer will be seated, so they'll go there, and we can also spawn in that customer. So now customers also highlight. And the help is again, you can see, interact. It's working, isn't it so neat? Thank you for the clap, Chapel. Oh man, okay, so now the things are working, and the good news is as well that the player will now be able to know that, or they can also change the controls, so they can turn the controls on and off depending on if you want that to pop up. That does now work. Also now the player has the ability to choose if where they want the thing to point or to pop up at. That was the hope, to do it so that they could figure it out. So what did you just fix? We just fixed the ability, the fact that when I was using my cheats, I wanted to be able to, if I did change here, the UI of the options menu wasn't updating, but now it's updating. So you can see top right has been modified, or if I put it here, it's now top left. So that's good to go. And now we can also modify it here. So this guy here too, whenever you're in the main menu, you'll be able to modify it. So if I'm in the main menu here, I want to make it bottom left. When I go into the game now, it links it so that bottom left is, or if I disable it here, we want it to be saved. So now I'm in here, it's disabled. So the hope is that now the player will be able to customize it a little bit more so that if they want it to have differently in their screen, they'll be able to. No, you're cheating! Wow! Well, I'm allowed to. Didn't you read the sign, Chapel? It says only Eris Ezra beyond this point, so I'm allowed to. And oh yeah, it has changed. Glass products progress is coming along. Me too, me too. I'm very happy to hear so. With that said, okay, so that guy there. Let's then go ahead and I will make a back of air. Crazy enough, like 10 minutes left until stream is over. So we made a lot of progress. We've been stuck on like this part of the stream for a good at least month, I think. So the fact that everything's working, it's so like lovely and nice to see. So let me go ahead here and do settings changed or settings updated, UPDAT. I think we have time to do the book settings then. Oh, are you ready to see if we can? Oh, actually, never mind. I take it back and only airs Ezra. Indeed, I just realized we're not done yet. We're not done at all. I take it back. We're like part 1 of 2 done. Oh no, we're not done yet because we're done. And oh, you're going soon? Yep. I stream from 1 to 5 EST, and it's about to be 5 soon. So we'll be wrapping things up very shortly. And never done. Yeah. So. You might have noticed before I was talking about book controls. The player controls now are functional. You can see when you can interact with things. The issue with that, we also need, and hold on, let me see. Well, considering if this is done properly, I think I can just go into utility here, possibly. And if I set this utility guide to bottom right by default, because I do like bottom right as the default thing. So if we do bottom right here, so bottom right as default, and I save this. If all goes according to plan, I believe this should work, and here forever. Oh boy, if I set this to bottom right, yep, bottom right is set. Lovely, okay, so right now, player controls are working. Now the player can know when they can interact with things. The issue is that there's a second set of controls we need to do, and that is for the book. So we now need to add all of the book controls, and this was why I wanted to add controls in the first place, because there's a lot of buttons. First off, in order to open the book, you hold down space. That is the thing you can do. While you're holding down space, you can use the A and D key to go left and right to go through the different tabs. When you're in a tab and select the tab, you can then click on tab to enter into the tab. Once you're, hold on, you can click F. This is why we need controls. You click F to select into the tab. Now that you're selected into the tab, if you do A and D again, it lets you change the pages. So yeah, the book is gonna be a lot. I can say that now. I can say that now. Well, anyways, let me just send some of my unfinished songs to you, lol. I'm gonna go soon too. See you later. Hardtronics, I do have your YouTube pulled up, so I should be able to hear the songs that you do have already. I'm wondering, let's see, that there, cookies there. Oh boy. Yeah, that is, oof, man, yeah. So we did do the first thing. We did half, and you get to a tab, and then a tab, and I hear your upper voice. You get a tab! You get a tab! Everybody gets a tab! Oh my, I think that alrighty. Oh man, wow. It feels as though so much has changed and yet so little, because this book here, you know what? Let's just go ahead and start off with one control, because the thing was, we had to figure out the detection for the interact. Now we need to figure out the detection for what the player is able to do with the book. So we need to make a true and false statement for if the player can go left and right. If the player can go left and right and they're not tabbed in, then you say this. If the player can go left and right and they're in a tab, they can do this. So, you know what? Let's start simply. Let's start off with the book controls. The book controls can only exist when the book is open. So, let's give it a go. Let's give it a try. It's time to tab the streamer. Oh my. All right. So, to begin, let's start off with our left and right controls for a book that should show how to navigate it. So, let's go ahead and go to our book guy here. So, book here, or book scene here. in our book scene, this is this guy here. There's a lot that goes on, so we'll see how things go. In our book guide, we need to have, and we already do, the good news is that we do have a way to select and already to check what buttons that we are capable of opening. What I'm going to do to start off with is, let's add a bool for if the book is open or if the book is closed. So let's see here. We're gonna go ahead to our utility here, and let's do a utility check to see, hey, is the book open or is the book closed? So, let's see here, player enable can show controls. Let's do here, var, book is open, book is open, OPENED. Book is open. We'll do a bool here. We'll set it equal to false by default. And then as well, we'll make sure that this guy here also gets set to false by default here. So in our reset, we'll also set this to false, since it should never be set to true right away. And state machine time. So it feels as though it will be the case. I hope not, though. State machines are they're very intimidating, and I know if it's intimidating, then that likely means that we need to not be intimidated and to bit by bit understand it and break it down so that it no longer is scary. But they're painful and a little scary too, just a little bit. And state machine time. Stop. State machine time. And this one should be easy enough. Hopefully, we'll then go here for book is open. After that, we'll go to our control screen hub. And to check to see, what we need to do is now, oh, hold on, in our book, we need to do here, this guy here, this guy here. If our book is open, so on our open book, there should be like an open book or closed book guy here. So let's see, on our controls here, unhandled input, we can see here that our unhandled input here, if not visible, return all of these guys here. If not, flip pages. Where are we choosing to do open and close? There should be like a space one here. So if I do just control F and open book, if not allowed or if opened. I see, gotcha. So if not allowed to open, otherwise show. So we're going to do here an open and close. Lovely, okay, so we'll do it here. We do here utility dot, and then we say utility dot, book is open equals false here. And then we'll do here utility dot, book is open equals true. So anytime we open and close it, it becomes true and false here. That's good to go. Now what we can do is in our control screen hub, we'll go to this guy here. Excuse me. Now we need to add in the book controls. This one should not be as painful. We just have to see. If we go back into our let's see here. If I do control control here, control hint panel, control hint, control helper, control screen. Yeah. It's gonna be, I think, input, possibly input settings, game input. Game input. Here we are. These are the current settings as they stand. We need a menu left and a menu right. These are the two we're going to do at the moment. So we're just going to add menu left and menu right. So back in our control screen hub here, when we are initializing our, initializing our game control panel here, this is where we do that. So we need to do initialize book control panel. So we're going to copy you here, go then to you here, set you to be instead game control panel, add mode. This mode here is instead going to be not single. It's going to be direction here, direction. And with that said, this is where it gets a little bit tricky because I forget how this works. This is going to be let's see, turn chapters, CHAPTERS. This is turn chapters. And then this guy here is where I believe it's going to be up, down, left, right. So instead, it's actually going to be you here. And then I think it's going to be game input, either button interaction or no. So let's go here to add controls so I can see new buttons here. Yep. And new buttons. You go here, new buttons. Where we at? New panel, new buttons. We add a panel here. And then we do new buttons here. And then we add a panel, assign here. And then in our new buttons, we go here. And where do we use our new buttons at? We do if new buttons is array or is dictionary. And an array is going to be, okay. I thought as much. If it is an array or it is here, we do set direction mode. And in our set direction mode, we do match type of new button, set present of, set type. So we do set type here, set by present. There's no set type present here. So we grab here and this is where it happens. Aha! Lovely. In this case, what we need to do is set it to be, I believe, empty, if I'm not mistaken. So it needs to be empty, yeah, up, down, left, and right. So the correct thing to do is going to be to set it to null, I believe. We'll see. So for here, what we'll have to do is do up, down, left, and right. So it's going to be game input button dot, and it's going to be dot null, I believe. So up, down, left, and right. So you are going to be up, you're going to be down, you're going to, you're going to be up. If I can copy you correctly, copy you here, copy you there, paste you to be there, you're going to be that. So then I copy you here, so that's up, down. This guy should then be left, and this guy should be right. So you should be right. So we should get 4 black buttons, and can't state this. Oh my. With that said, up, down, left, and right, and this is churn chapters. And then what we can say is that here, in our guy up here, we say if utility can show controls, and then if the player has the controls enabled. If it is the case that we have true here, so you can use true here, set game controls visibility. We need to have one for set book control visibility. Let's go ahead and go down here, copy you here for our functions here. Then we'll go down here, So we'll set it to be set book control visibility. So set book control visibility, set book control visibility. Am I seeing how this is done in Godot? It makes me feel dread for UI input. Oh yeah, I can say, and from what I've heard as well, from people who have far more experience than me, Godot UI is always a little bit of a pain, and I'm not even working on game mechanics. I'm working on UI. Oh boy, I can say I want to go back to mechanics. That was always my favorite part. We'll do here set control visibility. We'll copy this guy over. So if it is the case that both are enabled, so the player has hints enabled, then we say, okay, go ahead and set the controls based off of those settings. So if they're both true, then that guy goes there. Otherwise, we hide both hints. If this guy happens to be true, then false. Then we set this to be true and this guy to be false. Otherwise, this is false and true. So we set this guy to be this guy here, like that. There we go. And then now this guy will take care of everything to do with the book control states. What we need to say here is that if the current game state is, let's see here, if interactable things in range. So for this guy here, what we need to say is not if interactables in range. What we need to check to see is if the book is open. So if utility dot and we say book, book is opened. If it is true, we do this here. So we do here game controls panel. We'll do here book controls panel. So book controls panel dot show panels. We set all of these to book controls. So what I'm expecting is to have a up, down, left, and right. So 4 keys. It'll be black, and it should hopefully say turn chapters. Let's see if it does. It should say it when we open up our options menu. So if I click on play here, let's see how things work out. We have drum roll, please. Hold on, never mind. Not drum roll, please. Set direction, set type, and array. Yep. Invalid type function, set type and base. Yep. Are you angry? New button, set direction, move type. Oh boy. Type array, new button, set type. Is it because I have to hard code it as an array? Hold on. You are an array. You're definitely an array. You're an array of 4 guys here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hi, Mufasa, possibly. Mufasa Mado. Welcome to stream, and please correct me if I'm wrong on the name as well. Hello, and welcome into stream. Welcome into why no work? I don't know. Oh boy, let's see. I'm wondering, this should work properly. This is up, down, left, and right. This should definitely be an array. Array, possibly. You should be set to an array. I don't know why it's not an array. Oh, I know why. Oh boy. Okay, hold on. I think we have to set it to be an array in here. It has to be an array of game input. It has to be specifically a thing of. So we have to do here for var, and we have to do here for pager, so ONTRLS. For our controls, we then have to make this an array, and it has to be an array of game input. So an array of game input here, game input, and then we set this equal to that, and then we need to do, we don't need array, just make the user get just statistically understand the game. Hold on now, I don't think I said that word properly. Oh boy, we do this guy here, cannot have element of game input, dot button, hold on, button, there you go. And now we put the controls into here. There we go, okay. Now what you're gonna do is you wanna put it here and here. Click on play and we get it. Yeah, it was I had to hard code it as an array. Okay. All right. That's not bad. I think possibly we can see that turn chapters only has 1 button, which is not what we want. We want to see 4 buttons. 4 buttons should be enabled. It's not the case. We'll mess around with this a little bit longer since I think we can get at least the first thing. There should be 4 buttons here. So we'll go on the ad break, and then when we come back, we'll see if we can figure this guy out. And it isn't a real word. It isn't a real word. I see. Oh my. That said, ad break will run, and while it's running, you won't miss anything at all. We'll do some stretches from Holy Chat for a bit, but when we come back, we'll see if we can wrap this guy up. So I'll click on run the ad break there. Let me get to a little bit of watch here, and then we'll see. And I do this well. UI is my most hated part of game dev. Oh my, I don't hate it. Hate's such a strong word, but I very much dislike it. Oh my, let me get a little bit of water here. Tasty. Okay, now I'm wondering, while we're doing that there, controls array game input, it should be up, down, left, and right. There should be a total of 4 guys here, and I'm just wondering, maybe I didn't set it correctly? The thing is, I can make comments all day and all night, but I forget very often. So it makes me wonder, this control, guys, it should let me hover and see what it does, but it does not. So I'm wondering, we'll see. We will certainly see. With that said, though, let's go ahead and do some stretches while we're waiting on things. Actually, hold on. Let me actually blow my nose. I think that is a better use of my time, so give me one old second here, and let me mute this guy. Oh, also, I don't know if you've been hearing double music the entire time. I hope not. Give me 1 second, I'll mute, and let me blow my nose here. Are all good to go. All good to go. And good teaser too. Alright, we have about a minute or so left. So stretches now. We'll start off by slowly going a little bit to the left here, slowly but surely. And then you'll want to maybe go a little bit to the right now. You don't want to mix it up here and there. And then you'll want to go, let's see, front a little bit. And then you can also go back a little bit too. That's also an option if you're feeling dangerous. Another one you can do is go to the right here, hold it for about a minute or so, but we don't have time for a minute. We have to hold this for about a minute, and then you can also look down, and that can also help for about a minute or so, and then you can go to the left here again for about a minute or so, but that'll be like a total of like 4 minutes, and then you can go down as well here too. Just all over the place, slow stretches. You don't want to feel any discomfort. Not good at all. Not good at all, I say. Oh boy. There's been a few times here and there where either bad noises or bad feels, and it's not good. Oh my, left here a little bit, right here a little bit. Hi, poor Slag. What a name. Welcome to stream. Welcome in, and thank you for the follow. Thank you. Left here a little bit more. And right here, I don't know if you've been lurking or if you just joined in, but the ad break is currently running, so we're doing some stretches while we wait for people to return back from the ads. Let's see. All right, here, a little bit more. I'm thinking a little bit to the right, and Steam, happy. Well then, hello. I'm not sure if it's an emote or something, but maybe. And it's my first time here. I see then. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in a big old, and Switch broke out for me, I guess. I see no ads. Oh, yeah, I've heard before some people sometimes get the ads, sometimes not, but we are just about back from the ad breaks. They're all done, so welcome back to those of you that did get ads. Shall we continue and see if we can figure out why my array of game input buttons did not work properly? Let's go through here. We have ad controls into here. From ad controls, we grab the new button. Since it is to be the case, this guy here, new button, we do add panel here with our new buttons here. And I'm wondering, at least, hold on, let me just make sure. It is a direction, so this should be up, down, left, and right. That is correct. And we have add controls, hold on, I just want to make sure add control should be, add controls, yeah. And then we have control hint mode, so that's not it. So we do add control here, we do control mode direction. From here, we do you here, we do add panel, new mode. So this guy here should be the case. So add panel, and then depending on the panel, we do new panel, we add panel as a child, and then we do here, hold on, new buttons, and we assign it depending on the mode. The mode we have in this case is direction. So what it checks to see is if the new button is an array or it's a dictionary, set the direction mode here. So we go into here, and then we see what type it is. So if it's a dictionary, do this. If it's an array, do this. Since it is a dictionary, we do set by type. So we do button here, set type. And then we set the button visibility and we show. So we do set type here, button direction. So I click on set type here. And what we'll see is that you first start off by getting 4 sections. So we have here 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, that's not right. Direction, up, down, left, right. Oh, I see. Game input equal to button direction. Ah, maybe I did the wrong then. Hold on. What are our presets? Our presets are like this. I see. Present list here. Our presets are like this here. I'm wondering if we just want to make a present instead. Presents are a little bit easier to do. For example, I think possibly if we just copy this guy super duper quickly and make it for left and right and up and down. So present will be menu up and down. So menu up down. So menu up down. UPDOWN, up down, we'll make one for menu up down, and oh, why is that that shouldn't be a space. We'll make a menu up down, and then we'll make a menu left right. So this will be up down, and then we'll make one for menu left right. So menu up down, we'll make one for left right and up down. So up down, left right, like this guy here, and then it's going to be the case of not any of you. So up down, left right. So you're also going to be the case of this guy here. So we'll add in this guy here. So you go there, up down, and then we also have here menu left right. So left right, that would go there. And then the hope is that you would only need to do the up, down here. So up, down would be here and here, and left, right would be here and here. So left, right, and up and down. And then the hope was that we'd be able to grab our present here. So in this case, you would grab this present, and then you would go back into this guy here. And then we could hopefully do is here you would do, we would do control hint panel. So control hint panel, I believe, control hint panel dot. And then I think it's going to be present mode. Where do we have that present at? Hold on, we have it here, but type in set direction here. You are a button directions controls. So button directions controls. So button directions controls dot, and then we would do that there. Let's see if it gives us our, no, we need to do left, right. So not up, down, left, right. So left, hold on, L-E-F-T, left, right here. Let's go ahead and then click on play here, and we got, drum roll please, we want left and right. So we want 2 buttons to be black and black. Hold on. Now, why are you angry? Out of bounds, get index on you and you. Set by present, direction up, down, left, and right. Yeah, okay. So present, set direction by present, set type, or utility up, down. Oof, I might just have to go through this and reread everything again. We have if not present list has, but the present list does have our guy. I cannot set button direction present, the button does not exist. We have set type here, and we have present up, down, left, and right. Yeah, and we have out of bounds, get index on dictionary, int. I see. We have our set type here as well. So it makes me wonder, is it the case of, we would set it to none? Let's try that. Hold on. Let's try instead then, just curiously enough, we set this guy to here and here, and then we set it to button menu up, down. So this is left, right. So we did none here, none, null here. Yeah, null here, and then null here, and null here. Try that instead. Save it, close it, click play again, and we get what exactly? We click that there, we get play on here, and we get left and right. You can kind of see it. A and D, there is a null guy there, which I'm wondering about, and I'm a little bit curious to see, but you can kind of see it. There are turn chapters. What we need now to see about is for our guy here, our home guy here. Actually, I can just check, right? Input here, I click on this guy here, and we then hide our pain Q level here, and then I click it again. It should let us know what it is. It is our single button sprite. So if it is the case that this guy here is our directional, we should be able to hide our single button sprite. So we have here our button directions controls. So let me just type that in, button directions controls. So button directions controls is this guy here. And what we need to do is we have up, down, left, right here. Yep. And if it's a button direction controls, then we need to hide it. So where do we use you here? Let's go ahead and save this guy. And in our control screen hub here, possibly, let's go back into this guy here. And then let's go into our add control here. And in our add control here, it goes for all of these guys. And if it is the case that this mode is this here, we have our control hint panel group. So this control hint panel group is this guy here, which is just singularly this guy here. Interesting. I'm looking for where we use our single guy at, our single button. So we have our control hint panel here. Here we are. This guy here is what I'm looking for. If the mode is set to direction mode, then we need to hide the single button. So we need to do single button dot hide here. So I believe we should just be able to do single button here, then do hide. And this should work, I think, likely, maybe. We'll click on play here, and we should only have 2 buttons, the left, right button, and the right button, which is the A and the D key. So if we click on escape here now, oh, hold on, I need to click on input. Escape now, you can see A and D. The issue we're running into though, is that our book here should be at the bottom of the screen. It's not at the bottom, it's at like the bottom right, which is super duper odd. So if we go into our game here, we can check to see in our remote guy, if we go down to our, let's see here, our screen, our game controls, book controls. If we were to hide our book controls, it does not let us hide or show, which is interesting. Game controls, yeah. This is a part of game controls. This should be book controls. So back on our home screen here, let's make sure that we didn't set it to be the wrong thing here, options menu screen. No, we're looking specifically for our calibration screen hub. Yeah, that would help, wouldn't it? We need to set this to book controls dot add control. Now we click on play here. Also, this add controls, that's not good. We need to do that there we go. And hold on, let me also do this guy here, and add controls needs to be removed here. Are we good? Are you going to get angry at me? I don't think so. And then back to here. I use underscore if it only gets used in the script. If it gets used elsewhere, then I don't use an underscore. So that's why I changed that there. And we'll remove the underscore here since we do modify it outside of it. Now let's click on play. The bottom, or the book now should be enabled at the very bottom and not at the side here. You can see, yeah, turn chapters is now at the very bottom. And now, let's see if the game built-in system would allow us to do so. But first, I want to disable our game controls, since we can disable it. How fancy is that? And then if we go into the game here, so we go into levels here, We should not get our game controls here. Close and open it here. If I hold down space though, it is enabled and disabled. Take a look at that. Okay, hold on. Okay, one more thing then, I think should not be too difficult to do. We'll click on our changes here. We'll then go ahead and make sure that this is a save free book here. There we go. And then I'll go ahead and commit and push just in case. One more thing I want to do, and I think won't be too bad to do, we'll see, is I should just be able to go into our options menu, and if I did everything correctly, this hint control actually is going to be instead our game hint control, there we go, game hint control. This guy here is then going to be, as I'm looking for where you are, let's see, hint control, we have control screen here, game control, book control, where do we have that at? I don't see that. So I'm just going to call you, where do we use you at? Are you old code here? Change control panel here. Yeah, game control, book control, book control. Are you old code? You are old code. I see. Huh, change game control panel here, can change game control panel here. Utility, that makes sense, but I'm wondering, our game control here. Oh no, this is hub. Hold on, making sure I didn't redo anything. Okay, that's saved here. We need to be in this script. There we are. Lovely, and back up to here. We're looking for the game hint panel. I don't think it's here. Oh, it is, hint control here. And what we need to do is set this to be our game hint here. So option hint control box here, find and replace. Are we doing you here? I see, okay. So this guy here needs to instead be set to be our, let's see, options hint controls box for our game. And then we need to also make one for our guy here. So game hint control panel, P-A-N-O, panel here. And then we need to make this guy here not our game, but instead we need to make it into our book. So book hint control panel here. And then what we need to do is, I can just delete these guys. That's fine to do. Let's just go ahead and drag both of them here, hold down control, and I should be able to drag both of them into here. And then this guy we know to be the case of being a game, so we'll set that to be that. And then we need to set this guy to be our options, since we're a book guy. And from there, what we do then is whatever we want this second guy to be. We want this guy to be our book, so we're going to by default set it to be not game controls as the label name. We're going to be book controls, C-O-N-T-R-O, book control hints. So book. Actually, now I'm thinking about it, this doesn't need to be game, it just needs to be game here. Yeah, so that's his game. This guy then needs to say book and book here. And then the book should only allow you to do top or bottom. So we can remove these guys here and do top or bottom. Those are the only two controls you can do for the book. Now, here comes the moment of truth here. If I click play, let's see if the options do work as promised. We get this here, and now if I click on escape, we have bottom for book and bottom right for game. So if I click on this guy, top right for book, or for the game, and then if I click on top here for turn chapters, take a look at that! Isn't that neat? And now you can disable or enable it, so the game will let you now choose where you want the controls to land up at, which is what the hope was. The thing is, we still have a lot of controls to add for the book, but the good news is that now, if you're in the game here and you want the book controls to instead be at the top, you'd be able to add it, and then now they're at the very top. Granted, I might have to modify things a little bit since the area's it's a little off, but it's working, which is all I could hope for, so I'll take it. Now, I'm not sure if we'll do this next time or if I'll be able to do this during the week, but I can currently say, as I close these guys and disable these guys, and woo, control hints, yeah. Oh man, so if I am unable to do this during the week, what we will then do is now we have to go through and add all of the book controls into the game. So we'll have to add the left and right, tabs, all of those guys there. We'll also have to possibly add like a hold space for book initially when the player is allowed to do so, because I think having the option of it always in game of hold space to hold space for control, I don't like the idea of that. I think it might be a little bit too much to say hold space for control anytime 24/7. So we'll have to figure out a way to show the player that they can do the hold space for control. We do it already here and it'll tell you in the tutorial, but if you're not playing the tutorial, how are you supposed to know that you can hold down space for control? Maybe we give the option of, I don't know. That'll be something to figure out. And now, hi, is it Flores? Welcome into stream, welcome in. And it's interesting you went with this approach. I never would have thought of having toggleable hints. The thing is, when I play games, sometimes I get annoyed by hints after a while. I think it's a little bit too much screen clutter. So that's why I added it, because for my own sanity, for when I play things, if I already know what's going on, I don't need the hints. I think the hints add a little bit too much, and I have to head out. No worries at all, 8-bit, no worries at all. Thanks for stopping by all over again. Oh, this is lovely. Yeah, okay, and let me bring you back to the screen as well, so you all can get an idea of what the tutorial is supposed to look like. If I click on this guy here, once we add all of the controls, let me go ahead and scroll all the way to here we are. once we add the controls, what's going to happen is the player will go through all of the calibration. Oh, we might have to figure out a system for messages and all of those things. Oh, we did get started on it, didn't we? Okay, and it might not be too bad then. Once the player walks over, uses WASD, does the calibration. Calibration has been completed. Great job! Calibration is done. Now the spider will request for you to get components from off of the shelf. This is where having the buttons comes in handy, because it'll be a thing of, hey, you need to go over to this bookshelf here and click on this button. Now we can manually highlight things if we want to, or we can manually highlight things when the player gets close. So we can have a little arrow, for example, that we do already have implemented, pointing to the bookshelf and saying, hey, go here and click on this button. So to make things easy, so much things here. Yeah, I've been working on this game for almost 2 years now. It's the second game I've ever made. The first game I made in under 24 hours. It wasn't in a day, just anytime I worked on a game I had a stopwatch going. And this game here I've been working on for almost 2 years, so I'm very much still a beginner, and I believe, you know, and maybe perhaps it does this also as well. Show here and then. Oh my. So that is what we'll be doing next week if I don't do it during the week. I will be adding either the book controls this week or during the next stream. And I stream from Fridays to Sundays from 1 to 5 p.m. EST. Not only do we do programming streams, but we also study pixels to put into our games, which should be a lot of fun. And I'm French, so you're speaking too fast for me. Oh, that isn't for. I've been told that before. I've been told, I think it was yesterday too, that apparently I am the final boss of English in the sense of understanding. And by the way, your work is impressive. Thank you, Flores. Thank you. And that's a lot of stuff. Yeah. Yeah, you like that collection? Let me go back here into just chatting. If you'd like to catch up on development and you'd like to know when the most recent update of Necrotype Cafe has been posted or things of that nature, if you want to just stay up to date on the project a lot more, you can feel free to join the Discord. And thank you for the stream. Thank you. Thank you to you as well, Chapel. And I am the final boss of English. It's such a fire line. I am the final boss of English. Oh my, and I'm ESL and understand you just fine. I do work with English on a daily basis though. I see. What's ESL? I forget. English, Spanish language, possibly? And I do like your collection, tell me more. If I go ahead and do exclamation DISCORD, you get linked to the Discord. Oh, that's about to do it 4 times. Oh no, Ace, you're like a Dark Soul boss. Ares approaches. Oh my, let me disable that so it doesn't spam it entirely. And if you have not already tried out the prototype of the game, feel free to try that as well, as I do NECROTYPE, as it is up on itch. The mode or the version we're working on at the moment is not, as we're working on the tutorial, but you can give the game a try, the rhythm typing and cafe aspects of it. With that said, you'll see me next week, Friday. Hold on, let me just double check here. Okay, yeah. Friday at the end of June here. And if you're on Twitch, consider sticking around. If you're on YouTube, that's going to be it for me. What we're going to do is we're going to go in. Hi, chat. Welcome in, Keen. What we're going to do is going to the end screen, and then I'm going to come back on Twitch. Consider sticking around past the end screen, as it's always a lot of fun to see if we can find someone to raid. I always try my best to either raid someone. Well, I try my best to both rate someone new as well as rate someone who's doing the current topic. So since we're doing game development, I want to see if we can find a new game developer that we haven't rated before when it comes to Godot. But that said though, if you're not, or well, just in total, I hope you all have a lovely morning, afternoon, evening, or good night, and I hope to see you all soon, alright? Bye-bye! Oh, bye.